remains. Hollow reflections, ghosts in the cold. So come burn down my escape. I wanna feel it, come drag me into the void. Let my circuits decay. I'm sorry, but it's too late. You never
Alrighty, folks, it's that day. The day we jump back into LMU and we potentially catch a ban. Yeah, so the last time I played LMU, seriously, without like any kind of like random testing, I hit nobody on track in ranked at all, but I did void cross track limits quite a few times. You know, learning the track, learning the cars, etc. And it said, you are an unsafe driver and you are on the verge of a ban. I'm paraphrasing. There are more specific, whatever their lingo is used. Basically said, you suck and we don't want you playing our game anymore. So in that regard, we're going to see if that comes true today. So here's the thing. I can back off. I'm not going to do any qualifying. I intentionally want to start in the back of the pack because I want to I'm not going to be fast. I want to not be in anybody's way, and I want to just learn the tracks and drive. But I am going to push pace as my pace, not anybody else's pace. So don't expect me to sit back at quarter throttle driving around the track just to become a safe driver. They do that a lot in iRacing. They force you to kind of drive safe to go up the ranks, and it kind of sort of prevents you from wanting to actually push to race. So I don't really like doing that. I want this to be a more natural experience. I don't want to feel like my hands are tied on driving slow for the sake of safety. If I cross track limits trying to push, then so be it. That's the way it is. But I will actively avoid being in anybody's way, hitting anybody. That's how I play all the games. And I don't think it quite warrants a ban. Maybe it's bad terminology. Maybe I'm looking too far into it. But it seems a bit silly that I've paid, you know, whatever, well over the $100, whatever it costs to buy all the content in LMU with their DLCs, and then in-game you drift off track a couple times and the game now wants to potentially ban you and take away your ability to race online. Just so you know, the game only exists online. There is no single player, so yeah. Anyway, let's just get over to it. I do have a poll going in chat, and we got 5 votes. So far, everybody thinks I'm screwed. It's, are we getting banned? Yes, you are clueless. And then, no, you will endure. So far, out of 5 votes, 4 of you said I suck. That's okay. That's okay. Warning, dangerous driving. You are, oh, here. You are close to a ban. Look at this. Look at this shit. There's way too much red saturation in this game, by the way. Like, it hurts my eyes. Event length, 34 minutes. Oh, God. How do people do it? Starts in 7 minutes. That's why I went live before 11. Just so I could get into this. What did I like driving before? We're going to drive the Vet. That's the thumbnail. We're going to drive the Vet. Perhaps not. Oh, yeah, it's all Mercedes. I didn't even realize that. Look, we're driving the Mercedes. That's fine with me. So do we know yet if this game actually will, like, literally ban me? For track limits? I'm very curious of that. It has my attention. Okay. Let's get underway. I may, depending on the track, throw the line on as well. I know that'll piss people off. That'll also be a little bit of motivation for me, too. Pissing people off is always solid motivation. Yeah, I just realized I moved out of the pit lane. Consuelo too soon. Woo! Force feedback. I gotta turn you down. Way too much red, yeah. Like, it's just too much. Give me some more neutral. All the red. All right. That's good enough for me. I'm not trying to chase anything crazy here. I don't want to start driving. I want to just bounce. There we go. All right. So I need to lower my force feedback a little bit. We're a little too aggressive. Go 40. See how 40 feels. The question is, do we want to put the line on? That's the real question. Do I want to chance getting roasted by all of the internet elitists for having the line on when I'm trying to safely pull myself out of a ban? Also, we're up to 9 votes. Are we getting banned? 44% says yes, you are clueless. 56% says no, you will endure. So far, we've gone back into the positive. Let's see. Can I make the line semi-transparent? No, I don't think so. I think it's just on or off. Let's see what it looks like for the first race. If it's like too ridiculous, then we'll turn it off. I don't really need it much on Monza. I mean, I really don't need it at all on Monza. I just got to learn the car itself. But I think the other race is Fuji, and I don't know Fuji well enough to not have the line. At least not in the very beginning. At least not if I'm trying to race safe. Obviously, I can learn a track without the line on, and I'll probably learn it a little bit faster. However, there's a much higher chance that I will hit someone in the race. Turn this down just a little bit. So we're going to see how this goes. This is our first race of the day. I think I have a grand total of 20 hours in LMU. So, we'll see, boys. We'll see. A humble champ uses practice tools wisely. That would mean or infer that I am actually a champ. Or I am humble. I gotta wake up. I'm having trouble waking up today. I got a good amount of sleep, too. One of those days. Alright, join event. Here we go. Are we banned yet? We'll see. This is race number 1. So, things to avoid being banned. I turned the line on. Even though I don't need it on Monza, I pretty much need it on, well, just about every other track. Yeah, pros use assist. It's kind of ridiculous. I have to say, like, I've met some really cool people in sim racing so far. But the general population of sim racers are special. I'm going to skip practice. I'm going to skip everything. I'm going to skip qualifying. I just want to get to the race, you know? Oh, time, it's a 20-minute race. Okay, that's fine. That's fair enough. Figure we use this time to chat, you know? But yeah, I've definitely learned that there is an insane, like, there's a shit ton of insane level of ignorance in real racing. It's even worse in sim racing. Because I currently have everything here, like, from a financial standpoint, to achieve, you know, greatness in sim racing. I never will. I suck at it. And I don't have much of a desire to get a whole lot better. I would like to get better. I think everybody wants to get better at whatever it is that they're doing. But I don't have any desire to be anywhere near the best of this. I don't care. This is purely for fun. But people who do care, you know, if you have a G923, or even some people even have a pad that can be, you know, champions of whatever they're trying to do. But I don't know what gets the elitism so high level in sim racing. It's very strange to me. It's like psychology. I just gotta sit on the side and watch and observe. But it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. The amount of thing, like, speaking of which, let me show you something. I put this up the other day. Since we're playing this game, we might as well show it. Right here. Oh. LMU. All right. So right here, just so you know, the amount of people that told me, because this particular scene right here in this game, this is LMU, mind you, this is cold tires. I'm in an LMDH. Now it will do this in a GT3 too on cold tires, leaving the pits. I am leaving at 1/8 to 1/4 throttle. Now you can't see it in this particular clip, but it's on. This is clipped from a live stream where I was talking about how the cold tires in this game are not realistic. They aren't. Period. End of conversation. A sim racer telling me I'm wrong. I don't care. I'm sorry. That's fine. But anyway, watch this clip. Right? Where's my audio here? Hold on. There we go. Get the audio on and just listen. I'm sorry, what? What? Let's try that again. In gear. We're losing control of the car at 1/4 throttle.
I've tested a real Mercedes AMG GT3.
Now this kid's young, but he's a GT3 driver. He started on the real thing.
And I've compared it to iRacing, how it feels, what's different and what's similar. And some of the results were quite shocking in the last video, especially under braking. The car behaves very different in iRacing, as you have to drive more smooth than you have to drive the real car. So that's why a lot of you...
So, in case you all couldn't put it together, what he just said right there was that in real life you can drive the car more aggressively than iRacing allows you to. But sure. Sim racers are right.
Ask me to try Le Mans Ultimate, and that's what I'm gonna do today.
Alright, I already thought my game crashed there. Well, all good. Yo! Driving out of the pits with massive oversteer already, okay. Didn't have that in real life, but I guess that's just cool tires.
So let's watch that again. The GT3s, by the way, it's harder to make this happen. It happens even easier with the LMDHs. Which is fine. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the LMDH being the more difficult car. I'm not okay with the fact that the game is telling me that it's that easy. Our cold tires have zero level of traction. But anyway, listen to him again.
Have to drive the real car, so that's why a lot of you ask me to try Le Mans Ultimate, and that's what I'm gonna do today.
Alright, I already thought my game crashed there. Well, all good. Yo! Driving out of the pits with massive oversteer already, okay. Didn't have that in real life, but I guess that's just cool tires.
So, the real driver makes fun of LMU's cold tires, not necessarily as specific as I did, but he was surprised by pulling out of the pits and the car spinning out, and not completely spinning out, but massively oversteering. And now I clipped it out because I didn't want the video to be too long of him just talking, but there was a segment in between him talking about iRacing and then him getting in the car where he says, I'm going to get in the AMG GT3 on, I forgot whatever track he was on, because he's driven that personally. So he's done everything you just saw him do in the game in real life. And that doesn't happen in real life. But if you address that, you're full of shit. You're clueless. Hence the clueless all over my videos. And you know. But anyway, the point of that, guys, is that sim racers have this mentality of that the sim is perfect. I don't know why they're like this. Like, it's like you should want your sim to get better. You should want it to be the most realistic possible driving simulator. The problem is a lot of realistic things are actually easier than the sim is telling you. So when people get out of like their super hard, difficult sim and they get into something that's a little bit easier, they're like, this is not realistic. It's like, how do you know? How do you personally know what is or is not realistic? And the thing is about that particular, what I liked about his particular channel and his clip, he's not well established on YouTube. He's not a big name. You have the bigger names that have raced cars that are now biased because they sell shit through sim racing. They're sponsored by certain games. That kid, he's nothing. He's just someone who races in real life that jumped into sim racing. And he's having the same issues that I have. And I don't have the GT3 or LMDH experience. I have zero of that. But I have, like I said, a lot of tire experience. Anyway, I just want to get that out of the way since we're playing LMU. So let me just jump into some of these comments here before this race starts. What's going on, Soul Food? Don't race the drivers, race the track, and you'll be safe. That is the plan. I'm not qualifying for a reason. I want to land as far back as possible. In fact, I'm going to do my very best to, at the start of the race, kind of pull off a little bit, just to let everybody get by me so I can focus on running the line. Have I done the 180 out of the pit garage yet? Not yet. It hasn't happened today yet. But in my defense, I haven't pulled out of the garage yet on cold tires. It's gaming full stop. You have the console wars and the PC master race. It's all about superiority. Yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic. Sim racing. The thing is, if I found it to be purely ridiculous, I would just stop doing this. But I am having fun doing it. But I'm also having fun at the expense of some really ridiculous opinions. So sim racing is serious and not meant to ever be fun. I'm learning that. I'm learning that. Yeah, I saw that one person in the race on wets. Yeah, like anything, there's time of investment for greatness. Most don't have the time or motivation. It's very true. I have a good amount of time. Not the crazy time. Oh, there's a lot of guys on wets now. That's interesting. Maybe they know something we don't. I'm not touching the car, by the way. I'm running the default car, so whatever happens, happens. In fact, I do want to make sure I have enough fuel, though. Tires. 25 gallons, fuel carried. Oh, that's virtual energy, whatever. There's no virtual in this, what? Chassis and aero. Can't change anything because we're pretty sure they were fixed. Alright, let's just get back. No. Get me back to the damn race. There we go. I'm not trying to go fast, Fway. I don't care if the fuel slows me down. I'm trying to drive safe. I'm trying to get out of a ban situation. I wonder how many sim racers will actually him. You already know they all did. You can't tell. I'm learning. I am very much learning that LMU has captured a lot of the iRacers' superior mentality.
And drivers go to the grid
it's
for a race start.
Let's see. And yeah, I'm way back here. I'm way back here. I like it. Run 48% for the 20-minute race. Starting the pit lanes. Going on, AJ. Yeah, no, we're just experimenting here. We're just trying to drive safe. Our goal here, because, again, I'm not trying to get banned. I'm also not trying to not push, because I would drive around the track at par throttle if I was worried about truly getting banned. But, yeah. I have stopped to complain about the behavior of the physics in the sim racing games, just to have to relearn a new game every time because the behavior seldom translate over to... It's true, every game drives completely different. Completely different. Which tells me nobody has a fucking clue how to program these cars to be correct.
Formation lap has started.
Good luck to me. Stop telling me to catch up and slow down, bro. I can see the cars. Out of line. I hate this. How do I turn off that guy? Catch up. Slow down. Catch up. Slow down. Catch up. You're out of line. Slow. Jesus Christ. I agree.
Green flag, green flag.
All right, just go past me. Get in front of me. All right, here we go. Safe driving, folks. Safe driving. LMU does drive good, I'll say that. Yep, we're avoiding all that. Go on, boys. Go on, boys. Oh, hello, there's a car behind me. Go on, take off. You must have been in the pits. All right. These guys are a little too sloppy for my taste. I'll be waiting all day at this rate. We're going glued to this line. Oh, we got more guys spinning out. Wow, nice rejoin, buddy. Yeah. Great. Here, take off. Go on by. Trying to drive safe here. Out for a leisurely Sunday morning drive. Oh boy. Am I in like the purgatory class right now? Where everybody's terrible at this? The about to get banned split. Yeah, exactly. What it feels like right now. In fact, I want to turn my TC all the way up too. I don't even care for how much it slows me down. I don't, because here's the thing, I'm in a banned situation for pushing and just losing control of the car. Hitting nobody. Drifting, just track limits essentially. So, yeah. Look at this shit. Oh, man. That guy almost tanked me out. That's nice. Yeah, it's true. It is a Baron warning icon. Huh. But the funny thing is too is that my ban warning was not nearly this bad. Like my performance, I mean, These guys are crashing and spinning out left and right. I'm talking like if I drift into the track limits, that was like an incident that I would get hit with, and now I'm here. I can't get over how much force feedback I'm getting right now. Holy shit. We're at 40% in game. Oh, we got a drive-through penalty. Well, we didn't get a drive. I didn't get one. Someone else did, I mean.
Lap 159.87.
159.8. Nice and slow. I like it. We're what, roughly 10 seconds off pace? What's a legitimately, like, decent, not the fastest, but what's a decent lap time in LMU on Monza? Because that's another thing that's all different. Like, I want to say the split between fastest and slowest GT3 car on Monza in all the sims is like 10 seconds. It's ridiculous. How long before you think we get someone roasting me for the line in chat? How long do we think? It doesn't matter how many times you explain the line either, why it's on or anything like that. The fact that it's on is just like a trigger moment for people. Oh! Oh shit, red chat. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. No incident point, though. Ooh. Little, graphical flicker right there. Do you mean 153? That's what I assumed. Yeah, I'm still way off that pace, though. Like, way off. We're not even out of 59 yet, so... It's tough, because, like, the competitive side of me wants to push. But the rational side of me says, nope. Just stick to a slow pace and be safe. Yeah. I'm like, there's a part of me that wants to test the waters to see if I'm actually going to get banned. Like, I want to see if they actually would take away... Oh, God. Where are we going here? Whew. Obviously, a proper situation, I should have just slowed down, but I'm not proper. This car is hard to drive in this sim.
156.56.
It seems fine to me so far, but I also haven't put it anywhere near the limit. I have TC on max just for safety, so like, it seems fine so far though. Put it this way, it's doing everything I'm expecting it to do when I do it, so. But again, I'm also not putting it to the limit, so. Oh, that was terrible. That was awful. All right, we're about halfway there. I'm gonna slow down so you can. You don't have to flash me. Just move. Just go. There's a shit ton of track, bro. Oh, it's so annoying. Get out of the way, bro. Or whatever the button is. Like, bruh. You can fit 3 or 4 cars wide there. You don't need to flash me. Oop, neutral. I want to be in neutral. I'll tell you, some of the sim racers, man, I'd love to bring them to my world. Fish in a barrel, my friends. So about how many races does it take clean to get out of a bad situation like this? I don't know where you're going. I don't trust you. Just go. I do not trust you. Not that many. Well, mind you, I didn't start in the dirty ranks, and there were dirty drivers. Or the lower ranks, I mean. I got put here. I was hit off track a couple times by people where it was 100% their fault, and we got the same punishment, which I think is... That's where a lot of these games really need to work on their penalty system. Because even in LMU, the grandiose LMU, if somebody hits me off track, we get the same penalty. Or punishment. And that just shouldn't be the way it is. Like if I got plowed into right there and taken out, that's incident points for both of us. Yellow flag out. Who's in my way? In my opinion, this feels a lot like the race room AMG, like a lot. They feel very much alike, which I don't mind. I like the driving in race room. Now, mind you, that's only one car, but still, these cars feel very similar. Very planted. I don't have much experience with the Forza penalties. I just don't have the time in it. There's a lot of things I like about Forza Motorsport. Like, a lot of things I like about Forza Motorsport. It's such a shame that it, like... I mean, it's their own fault, I guess. But it is a shame that, you know, they got rug pulled. Because I do think Forza Motorsport, with time, could have been a fantastic game. Like, everything GT7 is, and then some.
156.49.
But... you know, Microsoft and all that. I wish on computer we had other options besides Microsoft, because I've never liked Microsoft. And I've been on computers for 30 years doing this shit, and I've always hated Microsoft. I mean, I think it started with Bill Gates. I never liked Bill Gates and how he got to the top, his whole story. Anybody ever seen the movie Pirates of Silicon Valley? You should go check that movie out if you haven't. Not very old, but it's an older movie. And it's all about Steve Jobs and Bill Gates and how they basically went back and forth. It really, really... Now, it could be... I'm sure there could be some fiction to it, too. But it really, really paints Bill Gates in a really, really bad picture. So on other notes, I'm very excited for the month of, well, it's really going to be more the month of April. But Rensport and PMR's big updates. I'm pretty excited about both of them, honestly. A little bit more about PMR since I have so much more time invested into it. But I welcome Rensport to challenge it. I really do. You know? What's the expression? Iron sharpens iron? Or something like that? Hell, I wish LMU would, you know, improve. All right, we got a 55 out of it. Ooh, barely, by 1,000th. Because there's a lot of good here. There's a lot of, like, this is a fine driving experience. I like this. But there's a lot of LMU that I don't like. That has to do with, like, this intentional decisions of the way they're making the game. They're really pushing down the iRacing route, and I don't see it getting better. I can see this game making iRacing better. I can absolutely see that. Because that's how competition works. Yes, I will be hosting PMR tonight. I might jump into the Jester race if it works out time-wise. So what I'm thinking I might do, this is all hypotheticals right now, is the Jester race on the East Coast would be 7 p.m. It's a 1-hour endurance race on Sebring. I like Sebring. So I might do that and then go live for open lobbies after that. Undecided. Oh! Almost cost that. Almost cost me a point. But if anybody's wondering, I am driving the 100% presented to me default AMG. Whatever it's got for fuel, whatever it's got for tires, whatever it's got for anything. Nice fixed little setup here outside of the fuel.
Lap 156.42.
Alright, I think we got 2 laps. No, this might, I don't know. Could be close. We might have to do one more lap after this. This might be the last one, but we'll see. But yeah, I'm excited for Rensport with their new update coming out. There should be a good amount of, I'm hoping they bring a lot of content. Back when I was talking to them a little bit more frequently, I've never talked to them as much as I have, obviously, the PMR devs. But they did say they planned on adding down the road a hostable multiplayer, which, in my opinion, is a massive loss. Like, Rensport right now is very much LMU, but like the junior varsity version of it. If this is the varsity squad, Rensport is the same game, but it's JV. So, outside of just being on console, what do you do to deviate from LMU? Because it's very much the same game. In my opinion, it's through content. And what is LMU not? If people who like LMU, what is LMU doing that Rensport is not? We can't host any lobbies. You have to pay to rent a server. So those are two bad things. That's iRacing right there. That's what I mean by they're going down the iRacing path. Like Race Room, you gotta download a Steam app to host servers. You can't do it in game, but it's free. So Race Room, in my opinion, does it right. Yes, it's a bit more expensive, but the base game is free and all the content in it is paid. But the prices are like 1/3 of everything in iRacing, and it's not nearly as punishing and egregious. From a business model standpoint, I like Race Room the best. I think it's fair. From a consumer standpoint, obviously I want to spend as little money as possible, so whatever's cheapest. But I understand all of these games are for profit no matter what. So for profit means you need to make profit. The more profit you make, the more money you can put into the game and make the game better. But that's where, like, iRacing is not doing that. I think they're starting to get a little bit of pressure from LMU, but because there've been so, let's face it, how many YouTube videos have you seen iRacing versus LMU? That alone should tell you, from a consumer standpoint, this game is nipping at the heels of iRacing. So iRacing, in my opinion, needs to adapt, or else they're going to be the 2017 Intel. Anybody remember? I mean, I don't know if anybody here follows computer tech, but does anybody remember 2017 when AMD unveiled Ryzen, the original Ryzen CPU, after like 4 or 5 years of having the same hot dog water bulldozer CPU tech? Intel got caught with their pants around their ankles, and they were so comfortable being complacent delivering the same thing every year that when Ryzen came out, yeah, Intel still had them covered, but Ryzen was at the bottom of their roadmap with a massive hill climb to go. Intel had nothing ready to go, nothing planned. And a few years later, shit. Right now, Intel's in a really, really bad spot. AMD owns them. We're getting the hang of it. Sweet, look at that. That was rough. Better luck next time. Slow lap in box to finish the pace. Finish, please. Sorry. All right, I'll get back. But anyway, point of that is iRacing needs to start now, really considering a lot of things. Lowering the prices of some things. Graphical update, because, yeah, most people don't care, or I shouldn't say, most diehards don't care about graphics, but a lot of people do, and it's falling by the wayside. Price needs to come down, graphics need a bump, tires need a rework. You need to escape the ice racing conversation. That needs to not be a thing anymore. But the problem too is that you're going to start seeing LMU, as it gets more popular, start doing things that iRacing does that isn't really consumer friendly. And their Race Control Pro and Pro Plus is a sign of that. And eventually I do believe that maybe it won't, but I do believe that at some point LMU is going to convert to full subscription model to play the game. Either that or they stick to... I'm okay with DLCs. I am okay with DLCs. I don't even want a chance going too fast here. All right, how'd we do? How'd we do? Yeah, we had a good amount of exclamation points in there. I finished, though. What did we finish in? 15th? Nice. I think we started in 22nd. We got to 15th by driving safe. Hey, position gain. I was in 20 seconds. All right. Wait, how did I lose drive? I'm so confused. Oh, okay, so I didn't qualify. Well, we don't care too much about driver rank right now. What we care about is this. So do I have to get back to 1? What changes the actual icon to get me out of a ban situation? God, they have to desaturate these colors, man. Like, the red actually hurts my eyes. Bronny Nemi, I'm sorry I butchered your name. Thanks for the sub. Let's just jump in. And I want to register. I want to register. Did I miss it? I missed it, didn't I? You son of a bitch. Well, I guess our next race is the same one again. God damn it. I really wanted to get into this one. So let me read some comments here. Max says, it'd be good to see PMR 2.0. I agree. I very much am looking forward to that. Very much am looking forward to that. There's, from my understanding, it's going to be a pretty big rework. I can press escape to finish. Okay, cool. So I don't have to return to the pits. That's good to know. It's good that LMU is coming up because the price of iRacing content is insane. If someone wanted to purchase everything iRacing had to offer, subscription plus all content, you're dropping around $2,300. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. Someone needs to get them on a leash. Remove the subscription. That's still only $100 off the price, but it's a start. Well, here's the problem with the subscription, right? And why I think the subscription does absolutely have to get removed. And why I agree with Fway. Let's just say you are one of those people that spends all $23 or so $100 on iRacing. You own 100% of the content. And then you decide, I don't want to pay the subscription anymore. Guess what? You don't have access to that shit. It's gone until you pay the subscription again. So it really kind of pulls you out of the ownership feeling of literally any part of iRacing. You know? That's why I'm okay with Race Room. When I want to buy content, I know it's on me. I don't have to. But I do it. But the good thing is that it's mine. I now can use it whenever I want. That's another reason I am super for PMR and AMS2. They are 100% offline games. They obviously I shouldn't say 100% because obviously they have an online multiplayer. But I mean, you lose the internet, guess what? I have 100% of AMS2 and PMR at my disposal. Obviously not with people online, but I can play the game and do what I want. So AMS2, when they get their career mode, that's really going to help AMS2 be established as an offline game. PMR, I think at 2.0 and then further down the road. Here's the thing when it comes to PMR. Let's talk somewhat analytics to a point here. Obviously, PMR has a year one or a season one pass. So we 100% know that PMR is going to provide content and improvement to the game for 1 full year. We know that. How the game does in that year determines forward progress. Do we get a season 2? I'm all for. I want PMR to be the last. I don't want to say the last, but I want it to not be a series of games like Project Cars. I want Project Cars 1, Project Cars 2, Project Cars 3, Project Cars 4, etc., etc. I would like Project Motor Racing. I personally think it needs a name change, but that's besides the point. I want it to be a continued supported game. Race Room. AMS2, for example, has 2 in the name, and it's been supported for 7 years, and it's continuing. Or 6 years, whatever. That's what I want PMR to be. However, you can't do that if you don't make any money. So, PMR, in my opinion, the 2.0 update really, really needs to hit a home run. And I feel like I need to say this because I think people give in to too much too easily. Don't expect it to be perfect at 2.0. Expect improvement. Expect potentially an overhaul. But don't expect all of a sudden every bug, every feature, all of the game to just suddenly be perfect. It's still going to be a work in progress game. LMU, the game I'm playing right now that everybody loves and adores, is a work in progress game. It is just much further down the line than PMR in its progress. LMU does plan to come to console, but we don't know yet if it's going to be like ACC or if it's going to be like Rensport and PMR. By that I mean true, real crossplay. Because if it's Xbox to PS5 crossplay, I'm sorry, but that's not crossplay to me. That's 2005 crossplay. The year 2005. Full crossplay is PC players can play with console players. There is zero barrier of entry when it comes to getting online and racing people. I want to be on PC and race my buddy on a PS5 or an Xbox or whatever. I don't want to have to pick and choose what console I play on to play a certain game, with certain people. Oh, well, no, for what it's worth, fuck the Discord. That's my... You can clip that, you can put that whatever you want. Fuck the comments in the Discord, man. I have to bite my tongue regularly just to not get myself in hot water with completely random people. But, it's pretty obvious that people that go in there to just try and piss people off. That's what people want to do. Really wish I could do something in the meantime. See, that's what I'm talking about. I can't register for this race unless I get Race Control Pro, which requires money and a monthly subscription. That's what I'm talking about when I say traveling down the potential path of iRacing. I wish somebody would make an honest game and keep the egregious honest. Don't borrow from iRacing to make more money. I'm totally okay with the DLC program. Every couple months, release a $10 DLC with more content. I'm totally cool with that. AMS2 does it, and I have all of it, and I have no complaints about it. You gotta make your money. How else do you make a game and support it for years? You gotta make money. I don't like the subscription shit. I don't like that type of thing. I don't want to subscribe to be able to play my video game. I want to get on. What do I gotta pay up front? How much money do I have to pay to play this game? Tell me that price. Okay, this is what it is. Cool. Here's the money. Now give me infinite access to the game. You know? I am wildly anti-subscription model across everything, honestly. But it's only going to get worse. But anyway, I hope that LMU does not do what ACC did and have it be not PC to console crossplay. I think Reels report, yeah, the Discord update haters that pop in just to talk shit hating. Yeah, that's like I said, just ignore the Discord. I try and chime in to give assistance. That's about it. But for the most part, people come in swinging with insults and then get upset when people give it back. It's so, like, what? It's so weird. From what I've read, it's being developed for console late 26 or early 27, and the article said it would be full crossplay. We'll see. I hope it's full crossplay. That will be a home run decision, in my opinion. Also, console players, just know that if it is not PC to console crossplay, you're technically not getting the same game. If you want the full PC experience of the game, then it has to be crossplay between PC and console. If it's not, you're getting a chopped down version. Yeah, back out of the online and see if it allows me to register. I don't know what the time limit is for letting me register. Alright, here we go. Feel like we just did this. Yeah, the devs, I will say this, in PMR, the devs are highly motivated. They really are. And, like, how many times do you guys see guys like Sora come in a chat and just be super supportive and look for advice and want help with what the feedback is? Where are the LMU devs right now? Obviously, I'm a fly on the wall. But the point is that they're not doing that. None of the other sims are doing that. They might watch on the sidelines, but they are not communicating with people. And I get so aggravated when I see people, oh, the devs don't communicate. Shut the fuck up. What do you want them to do? Do a drive-by at your house and knock on the door and see how everything's going? Here's a coffee, Tim. Want a sandwich, Karen? Jesus Christ. Entitlement of sim racers is wild. Anyway, they're going above and beyond. And, like, I try and emphasize to people, like, lay off on them a little bit, because guys like Sora are going above and beyond for critiquing and making their game better. And it's like, how can you be entitled with people like that? But anyway. Yeah, most of the people in the Discord don't even speak until an update drops, and they do it just to talk shit. What's going on, Kenobi? We've done one race so far clean. We're trying to get out of our Death Stranding rating here. Yeah, I saw that, Ro, yeah. Yeah, anybody on YouTube who is actively saying PMR is the same game since launch is lying. They are biased and they're lying. It's really just that simple. Like, I'm slowly growing to hate the YouTube side of sim racing as well, because I don't believe anything anybody says. Truly. I mean, no one should believe anything anybody says blindly. Everything I say, you shouldn't believe. You don't know when I'm right, you don't know when I'm wrong. So if you have active experience in something, like direct experience, so like, how many of you out there are professionals at something, right? Whatever that thing is. And then you see the way that thing is talked about on the internet. And you find all sorts of fallacies, inconsistencies, misinformation about said subject, and you're just like, this is so all obviously wrong, and it drives you out of your mind. Well, I'm under the impression that literally everything in the world is like that, but you don't know enough about that particular subject to be able to identify when something is right and something is wrong. So you just kind of have to believe everything and nothing all at the same time. But if you know factually about one particular subject, it's so easy to spot when someone is clearly giving misinformation, you know? So I try and approach everything that I don't know about with that idea that I don't know shit about this, and I don't know if this person knows shit about this, so I'm not going to blindly agree with them because they sound confident in their statement. I'm overbuying subscriptions, agreed, but buy the DLCs. Yep. Subs, battle passes, I've had, agreed. Yeah, that's my point, Hall and Bass. You have to sub to Race Control just to use your custom liveries. That's insane. That's what I was saying the other day about the liveries. You have the in-game provided ones, but to use custom liveries, you have to pay monthly to play the game. Come on, man. Yeah, Eagles, we saw. I think everybody's talking about that guy. That's the guy that I responded to as well. What's the male equivalent of a Karen? What would his name be? Maybe a Carl? Maybe a Carl? You gotta say it from The Walking Dead? Monza and GT3 on LMU rookies sounds like action. Jackson to me. Yeah, you should have saw how cautious I was driving. Because I'm trying to get out of this danger zone territory that I've been placed into. I feel like that's part of the LMU experience. Everyone is here at some point and has to get themselves out. Yeah, there's no doubt that Ian Bell is a big part of the hate around the project games. No doubt. Darren's a good one. Darren's a good one too. Yep, I agree there. Bob the Brain Dead. Oh, man. What's going on, EWS? Or EW, sorry. Oh, here's the thing. I don't know. I've never had a single interaction with Ian Bell. And likely never will. Maybe I will. I don't know. But there's a good chance he is too high up of a person in an industry that I am too low in that I will ever have a direct line of communication to him. But I'm fine with that. I don't care. But at the same time, I'm not going to judge this person based off of other people's opinions. But people love to do that. People love to be tribal. I wish that's the one thing I wish humans were better at, is not being so tribal. Being able to critical think and realize there's two sides to every argument. But nobody does that, ever. They just pick a side and they stick to it, no matter what that side says. Welcome to politics. We're not talking about politics. I'm just saying it's the exact same thing. I'm a qualified, non-practicing lawyer. 99% of lawyers who talk about law know what they are talking about, and 99% of them are lying. Yep. Kyle's and Kyle from South Park. Yep. I think you mean PMR, not PMS, Mags. And here's the thing about like listening to YouTubers. It's not that like it's all lies or it's all misinformation. There is truth sprinkled into what a lot of people say. However, you have to understand that if someone is representing, say, iRacing, you automatically know, I don't want to use the word shill, but they have a massive bias to promote iRacing as the best, period. Whether it's LMU, iRacing, whatever. So once it's established that that person has a bias, that's why the best thing you can do when you have a bias is say, you have a bias. For example, I have a bias with Simagic because I'm affiliated with them. So I'm using all Simagic hardware. Do I like all of their hardware? Yup. But they send me shit too. So therefore, my opinion of Simagic versus other brands does have a bias and is in fact jaded. Now, people who know me in the other industry, motorcycle racing, where I build and tune motorcycles for people, they know that if I represent a brand of product, it's a good product, because I just don't do that. I don't sell my soul for making a couple bucks. But in this particular space, nobody knows that. And I don't know, maybe people never will know that. I don't know. It depends on how far I try and go with the sim racing thing, as from a business standpoint. Right now, for me, it's primarily fun. And if I can make a couple bucks on the side, that's cool too. But point of that is, I have a bias with Simagic. I mean, has anybody seen... I have a bias. So, point of that is when guys like Morad, who are GT3 drivers, oh, I don't know why I put that in quotes, he is a GT3 driver, talk about how iRacing is so accurate, while iRacing is also sponsoring him. It's about money. You know? He might be a great driver, and however, when he finds something that he doesn't like in iRacing, he might not quite push it as hard. That's all I'm saying. But that's the thing, Ro. That's the most honest thing you can do when you have a bias, is simply say that you have a bias. It's that simple. Now, mind you, if I did, this is the other side of it though, if I thought Simagic was shitty hardware, I just wouldn't be using it because I'm attaching my name to it. And I don't know about some people, but I actually give a shit about those initials, you know? But unfortunately, giving a shit about, you know, your soul and the initials will cost you a lot of money. I reference all the time the motorcycle space of I'm a dealer with a company that makes carbon fiber components, carbon fiber fuel tank, for example. The carbon fiber fuel tank costs $2,500. $2,500. One thing for a bike. I'm a dealer. I get 50% off of that product, meaning my cost is $1,250. So if I sold one tank, let's just say at full price, which you're not really incentivized to sell it at full price, but you can sell it like 5 to maybe 10% off. But the point is that, let's just say hypothetically, I sold one of those tanks at full price. I just made $1,250 by grabbing a box, which, by the way, I don't have them in stock. I just order it from their website using my dealer code and send it directly to them. So I spend 2 minutes on a website and make $1,250 selling a single product. And do you know how many of those tanks that I have sold? 0. Because they were garbage. I would not put them on my own bikes. I would not feel comfortable putting them on someone else, a customer's bike that has to do over 200 miles an hour. I sold 0 of them because they were pieces of shit that I did not approve of. And they would constantly send me revisions trying to get my approval of it. Never met my expectations, my requirements, and guess what? While I'm still a dealer, they don't ask me anymore. They just kind of wrote me off. Move on to the next. One time they sent me a revision for a tank, and I didn't even need to put it on the bike. I'm like, it's completely crooked. Looking at the back of the tank forward, I can see the mounting bracket is twisted on it. You didn't even put the holes in the tank straight. Why am I going to pursue this any further? They're like, okay, send it here. So I sent it to somebody else, another dealer, and that dealer sold the tank for 20% off. I wouldn't sell it. That pissed me off, by the way, because it shouldn't have been sold. It should have just been immediately put in the scrap pile. And that was the worst part about that, is they sent me that tank trying to get my approval, which means that was the cherry-picked good one. But hey, EJR's clueless. Alright, let's do some quali now. Try and get some of those points there. One thing I don't feel a lot of, I will say, in PMR that I wish I did, force feedback-wise, was ABS. You feel ABS in this and in Rennsport really good. I don't feel it at all in PMR. I don't feel it at all in most sims, honestly, to be fair. That's more of a credit to LMU and Rennsport than it is a hit on the others. But like, with ABS and with PMR, if I have ABS on, I have to look at my flashing light to see if ABS is engaging. I can't feel ABS. Which, EW, that's actually, since you were talking to me about force feedback, that's actually something you could potentially try and address. I don't know if that's felt through tires or not, or if that's another artificial sensation programming. Cat's bumping today. I like it. I would rather have less viewers, but more people talking, than more viewers and nobody talking. Like when I did the Resident Evil stream, I hit 30 to 35 people watching, which for a Resident Evil stream, that's killer. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting like 5 people, but no one said anything. It was dead quiet, which I'm technically fine with, because I'm playing Resident Evil, which requires my focus on the narrative of the game, but still. I was actually quite surprised the short I put up last night didn't get more traction, which just tells me I don't have a whole lot of reach when it comes to sim racing hardware. Which is fine. To be fair, I haven't tried enough kits out there in the world to be able to give a proper sort of like comparison review of sim racing hardware. I can independently review something and tell you if I like it and if I think it feels good. But as far as comparing to other brands, I can only compare Simagic and Logitech. That's all I personally owned. I've used some Fanatec and some Moses stuff, but I have not dove deep enough into their ecosystems to be able to properly compare. Yeah, Renovadio, I'm currently using it, but I can't really give any details. I've actually been using it for about 2 weeks now. I will say, though, as a teaser, so far, all good things, and I was coming from the Pro. The official embargo lift for the Simagic stuff is the 12th. So next Thursday, I'll be able to go full detail about everything. And I'll actually be having a Thursday and Friday stream with the focus being this and not the game that I'm playing. It's funny when I'm not worried about the pack of people on. That was my fastest lap. 155.2, which is still slow, but when I'm not worried about other people on the road, I can confidently push a little bit more. I imagine it is, ETR. As far as the G Pro, referring to the Logitech, yes, I very much liked it. The thing that hurt me the most with Logitech was the lack of ecosystem, which is typically everybody's complaint. Did anybody see they finally teased the Pro H pattern? That's huge. What's funny is that the Simagic sequential H pattern combo is what I bought first because Logitech didn't have a good H pattern. And that made me go, maybe I'll buy some more Simagic stuff. So, realistically, if Logitech had the H pattern, I would have never probably dabbled away from Logitech. I probably would have just bought the H pattern and continued using Logitech stuff. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad at this point that I jumped over to the Simagic stuff because it does feel like it's a level above. But I can tell you that if you are on like a G923 or a Moza R3 or an R5 or something like that, you're going to get 90% of the experience going to, say, a G Pro versus the flagship simulator stuff. Where the flagship stuff, the flagship brands with the really big ecosystem shines is really just in immersion. You're not going to get any faster. I wish I would get faster. If I could spend money, just throw money at the problem and get faster, I probably would. But unfortunately, that is not the way life works.
That time was a 155.21.
All right, so we got our qualifying points. That put us in 16th place. So let's see.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
Now, should I start from pits? That's true, I was running a full tank. Now, let's do it the authentic way. Let's do it the authentic way. I'll catch up on all these comments, by the way, when I'm done with this race. You guys are chatty Cathys today, which I'm all for, like I said. So, Harry, when you said it started because one of the devs told Jimmy he doesn't know how to drive GT4s, you want to know what the worst part about that was? Is it wasn't one of the devs. I'm not going to say who it was, but it was not a developer who said that. What I can say is that the developers have not gone to any of the expos yet. People higher up the chain have. But, oh. That was interesting.
Green flag, green flag.
Wow. That guy had nitrous. Oh boy, this is gonna be, yeah, I'm just, you already know what I'm doing. I'm going to the back for turn 1. Going to the back. I don't care if I count as losing positions. I'm with Mr. Mark Norman over here. There's 1. 2. I can't believe I actually made contact right there. I was barely moving. Doesn't seem like it did anything though, so. I'm gonna drive to their pace. If they're slower than me, unless I have an easy pass, I'm a chill. Yeah, I'm only really concerned about incident points more so than damage. I do feel the understeer though from the lip. Okay, go ahead and take it. Go ahead and take it. I just don't want to get hit from behind. I do agree there. Rolling starts being AI controlled. But the realism, crazy people will complain about that. Like the amount of guys that complain about pitting not being automated or being automated. You know, case in point. I couldn't care less about the pit. Get me in and get me out as fast as possible. Let me make my... Oh my god, man. Yeah, I can very much feel the understeer right now because of my front end damage.
Time to 18.86.
Yeah, Seafway hates AI control. See? And he's not even one of the sim racing, you know, crazy people. My opinion will always be give people options. One of my complaints about LMU... Oh, Jesus, I was waiting for that rejoin to be ugly. One of my complaints about LMU, from a casual's perspective, is that there is zero hand-holding in the beginning sides of things. You just jump in and make mistakes, and that's how you learn, which is why I said everybody has to kind of get to where I'm at right now and try and get out of it. But it doesn't tell you really how to do anything. You just get in and, well, I guess we're going to figure this out. Oh, look, I got a pit limiter penalty. Oh, look, I crossed the line in the pit. Oh, look at that. Oh, up, penalty. Banned. I do agree that giving you control in mid-turn does suck. I agree with that. Man, I'm coasting here, boys. Come on. I'm not good at this shit. Look at this. Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh, watching the people just pile up behind me is hysterical. This is awesome. If you don't drive to win in LMU in these lower ranks and you just drive to sort of observe, it's hysterical. Provided you don't get hit. Like, I'm gonna let this guy pass me. I don't trust him. I don't trust him one bit.
Time 2:04.29.
I don't know. I'm worried this guy's gonna just drive right through me when I hit the brakes. And I'll get punished for it because that's LMU. Is this Wreckfest? Right. They did have an update yesterday. Maybe it bled into some of my LMU files. Yes, boy, you absolutely need to get Wreckfest 2. That game's gonna be a hit, man. It's gonna be a hit. When that game goes full release and it's crossplay, that game's gonna be a hit. Literally, pun intended. What's funny too is, you know when you see the guys like dashing back and forth? I know they're trying to get their tires warm, but it really doesn't do a whole lot. Loading up the tires is what heats them up, heats up the carcass. When you, heavy braking, heavy acceleration, lateral G, things like that are what really, really heat the tires up. We got a yellow flag. Where are they at? Don't get me wrong. It's better than nothing. But in a video game, it's going to create more problems than it's going to create help. Dude, what are you doing, man? Like when I'm on a motorcycle, I always laugh when I see guys like whoop, 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 whoop. Like, what are you doing? Stop, stop. Just stop doing that. Accelerate and hit the brakes. That'll heat your tires up real quick. Because you're not, all you're doing is slightly warming up the surface temp, which almost bleeds out like on the side of the tire. On a motorcycle tire, obviously they're much rounder. So yeah, you'll get a little bit of heat in the tire on the lean, but the problem is it's only surface temp because you're not heating up the carcass. So once you go straight again, the sides of the tire cool right back down. You want to get the carcass of the tire really warm. That way the tire stays warm. Oh, back of the pack starting to catch up. It's not good. Had to go with a risky maneuver there to get in front of this guy. Because he's allowing the back of the pack to catch up, and the back of the pack's... Well, this is going to be bad. This is going to be bad. These guys are trying way too hard behind me. Like I said. What am I watching, guys? What am I watching? I'm horrible at this. Like, you guys realize how bad I am at this game. And I feel like I am a professional right now driving around a bunch of toddlers. This guy, I really want to let this guy pass because he's going to be problematic. I can just tell. He looks like he's a better driver than the other guy, but he's aggressive. Like, just go, just go. There, have fun. At least he won't slow me down, you know? It's because I am what? I can only, when I'm racing, I can only read like the short comments. I can't read the long ones. Yeah, I can very much feel the understeer right now. It's crazy how just a tiny, tiny, tiny little bit of damage really does cripple your downforce so much. I mean, it makes sense, but realistically, the only thing I disagree with in LMU's driving right now really is just the cold tire performance, which luckily has not been an issue today because, well, we haven't really had cold tires. But everything else like that I'm experiencing so far, no complaints. Just the idiots driving. And that's not the game's fault. Oh, we got a yellow flag. One thing I will say about that, I do slightly like the curb feel in this better than PMR. They both are very loud and amplified, but you can tell that the force feedback generated in this game is at a higher frequency. And the higher frequency gives it that like raspier sort of like buzz rather than the thuddy bump sound. Oh shit. Make it, make it, make it. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Let the tryhards go. Just let them go. We are not in lobbies where you should be trying hard. We are in the lobbies where you tried too hard and crashed too many times.
Lap 155.92.
As much as I don't really like Monza because it's slightly boring, especially for an endurance race, it's a great starter track for someone like me who's trying to get out of a bad situation, which is why a big part of why I was like, you know what, I'm doing LMU today. Now, as soon as I saw Monza was the daily, I was like, yep, perfect track for me to try and get out of the danger zone here. KH, my best advice for that would be to, you need a good palate cleanse. Go play Resident Evil 9 or Requiem. I absolutely needed that in my life. I'm reminded how much I need good single-player games with good stories and good narratives as part of my cycle of video games. Because this online multiplayer competitive stuff It'll drain you. It doesn't matter what it is. Racing, shooters, doesn't matter. Just the online competition will wear you out because you'll eventually get fixated on trying to do good, and yeah.
155.56.
Oh no, is this the same guy? Yep, Mark Norman. He already put it in the weeds. Bro, you gotta chill out, man. You just got out of the pits. Oh, oh. Get the old sausage right there. Yeah, I don't think people realize too with like, it's a very simple understanding when it comes to racing. You never try and be fast. You always just try and be safe. And you naturally just get fast through repetition. If you go out there and try and ham hog it and be the baddest guy alive, you're so slow and dangerous. And I admittedly am guilty of the same thing.
Time 155.33.
I think that's our fastest official lap. Yeah, PMR is really good now. Really good now. Still has problems, but like, so does LMU. It needs a few features, key features. I'm hoping they come in 2.0. Some small graphical issues here and there. But graphics have been turned around quite a bit. Now, mind you, I'm also coming from the PC perspective, so keep that in mind. Although I'm pretty confident console has improved quite a bit as well. Yeah, the GT4s, they handle a lot better. Yeah, I am considering soon starting to do passwords for custom lobbies. Just to rule out the drive-by idiots. Like if you're part of my Discord, you'll have the password type sort of lobbies, you know? In fact, I might even do that tonight. Password protected lobbies.
5.97.
And if you're not in the Discord, you're not going to know. Did it again in the same spot, bro. You're going way too wide. I'll catch up on these big comments when this is over. That guy's just chilling. He's not even trying to get out of there. Discord is in the description of all my videos, all my streams. That's how you get in. Yes, sir, David. Or Dave.
156.03.
1 lap to go. Will the guy behind me punt me? Will it happen? Bro, I don't know why you can't take that turn. He's lost it every time. It's such a low-speed chicane. As long as you stop in time for the chicane, you've done the hard part. The rest of it's easy. Moss Isley Cantina, but real. Well, my Discord's only got like 130 people in it, so it's not exactly the PMR Discord with 11.5 thousand people in it, you know? Oh shit, we got problems up in front of us. Risky situation. Yeah, you know what? Pass me. You're a lap behind anyway, so I don't really care. All right, let's see how we did. Let's see. Lost driver rank still. Okay. That's okay. Still better. We still improved. Overall, still improvement. Warning badge applied? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck is wrong with LMU's system? What is wrong with this? Oh my god, their badge system sucks. Anyway, what's up and coming? Do I want to do this? Alright, let me see. Let me look at the Discord quick. I think I'll keep it safe and do another Monza. That way I got time to chat. Alright, Donovan, Jim, Dominic. All right, let me read some of these comments here. I'm going to skip this race here and wait for the next Monza. My God, so many comments. Yeah, I can't even get back up to when we were talking about Wreckfest before that. Those comments are all gone. I'll recommend friends bring their kids over and yeah, rent of audio word. Chris agree. Wreckfest on PS5, come out G23. Kids love it. Classic tryhard, yeah. My buddy's car died after chicane. Like to stamp and send it to the moon. Wanted outside line, but couldn't take the turn. Yes, you are, brother. Yep, saw that. 2 rounds of Monza today. Got off work early, so I get to catch your stream. Very nice. I'm gonna rut. Oh, yeah, I already read that. Yup. Being in a rut is normal. Yup. Mags. RE9 is excellent. I agree. I've been doing it for 4.5 years straight and just taking some time. Yeah, I mean, don't crush yourself. Rudy, thank you for the sub. Palmer made you quicker. Yeah, there's no doubt. That's pretty much true for every competitive aspect of life. Whenever you kind of take yourself out of the... Because you're in your own head, you know? Yeah, I would never... I can tell you this. In my iRacing experience, I have never once given a shit about my iRating. And I never will. I don't care. It proves nothing to me. Like, it proves that you're good at the sim. But, like, for me, when I get out of this sim, when I stop streaming, I'm not thinking about how good I am at sim racing. Not at all. There are more things that, like the things that I think about when it comes to racing that are, I don't want to say important to me, like this isn't important, but what do I accomplish next with my motorcycle? My personal race bike? What do I do with it? Because I don't know. Yeah, I will say that's why I want to do the password protected lobbies row. Because to rule out, like, I mean, shit, there are people that I would trust that make mistakes a lot of the time too, so there's just way too much crashing. Like, I think 4 of us raced last night off stream and had a great time. Clean races. There's only 4 of us, but still. Yes, Neil. If you're referring to PMR, that's server issues. When I accept the invite, the page just crashes. I don't know there, ETR, because I don't have any control over that. I have no control over Discord as far as there's no no approvals here, no pending members. That's true. No doubt a lot of the 11.5k people there are there to lurk. Yep, soul food. That's just how it's going to go. Unfortunate, but that's the way it is. So I got the exclamation point because I'm a new driver and took a bunch of races. How does that make sense? I just don't understand the badge system, I guess. What split am I in? I have no idea. It's my honest answer. Dog shit, bad, terrible, worst in all of sim racing, whatever those splits are. Advice to those with questions with LMU, join the forum. Just one more thing I gotta read though, with people and opinions. But I get it. Got it, Mac. Got it. Got it. No, you don't need to send a friend request. I'm not friends with everybody in my Discord. That's for sure. The link in my video, are you on your phone or on a computer? I'm going to make up a G Fuel quick. Let's see. Yeah, when it starts to feel like a job, it's time for a break. And I even frequently get like, do I want to continue streaming the sim shit? The answer is always yes, but this isn't even my job and it can get stressful. That's why a good single-player game is just a really good palate cleanse. Every race is monitored. I couldn't race for, I couldn't do esports. I couldn't do it. Nope. I'm too competitive, and that would feel like too much of a time waste for me. I very, very, very much have to apply the brakes on being competitive with sim racing. Because there's a little bit of fun in competition. But competition, too much of it, can quickly kill the fun. Quickly kill the fun. To the point where not doing it feels better than doing it. I'm still trying to figure out how and what sort of real racing content I bring back to YouTube. Because that's all my YouTube used to be, was real racing. It was motorcycle stuff. But still. My whole thing is I don't want to... One reason I like sim racing and also the content creation side of sim racing is that I'm going to sit down and stream here. I am right now, I'm actively making my content. I'm filming my content by just capturing it. Whereas motorcycle stuff, there's a shit ton of risk, both to life and financial and the law, depending on what you're doing and where you're doing it. It's way harder to get any content that's worthwhile. You go and race someone in real life, you can't hit reset. You can't do it again for the sake of making a video, you know? I don't know why it's not working on the phone. That's weird. But yeah, there's nothing else I can do because that is, I got the app now. All right, try it on the app, yeah. How has PMR's ranked been? I haven't tried it yet. I think I'm one of... Part of me wants to try it, but the other part of me wants to just wait for 2.0. Wait for 2.0. Yeah, it's probably what I'm gonna do. It's funny because I like the driving experience of LMU. I just don't like the way it executes the races, the system, the endurance-y cycle of the same races. There's just ranked play. There's nothing else. It's a good game. It's what this is what I tell people all the time about LMU. LMU is a very good game. It's just not the game for me. However, as a ranked experience, I mean, I'm in the gutter right now, so I really can't even comment on how the racing is because it's not racing right now. It's just it's just survival, essentially. But, what was I going to say? I'm basically doing this to do something, you know? I don't mind LMU, but I'm waiting for other games to get finished, essentially. PMR... for its just overall overhaul. I'm a big fan of PMR, even though it's the most hated game in all of sim racing right now. I'm a big fan of AMS2, but I'm waiting for their career mode. I'm very curious to see the route they go with it. I hope they execute it well. I really do. Rensport even. I'm curious to see what Rensport brings. You know? I'm waiting on Forza Horizon 6 as my, like, arcadey fucking zero competition, just have a good time game. You know? You can bet your ass I'm going to stream the shit out of Forza Horizon 6, provided the driving doesn't completely suck. I'm hoping Turn 10 being gutted and going over to Horizon does improve on the driving physics of Forza Horizon 6. Over 5, for example. I did not like Forza Horizon 5's driving. Even for an arcade game, I didn't really like it. If, like, the way it felt, it's like I'd rather just play Need for Speed. But, Wreckfest, you know? Because I feel like when you play LMU or iRacing, you're forced down the rabbit hole of being overly competitive. And I want no part of that. So how do you just casually play LMU without caring about necessarily winning? You don't. You just play something else. You know? No, Ro. Anybody can basically join in the... here's what I can tell you, though. The problematic people usually don't join voice. I have yet to have anybody join voice who, is a problematic person. And if they did, then I would... First of all, I'm sort of like a dictator when it comes to how I run things like, say, a Discord. I don't give a shit. It's a Discord. This is not anything important in real life. So if you come in flapping your gums and being all sorts of problematic, goodbye. I'm not giving you a second chance. I might give you like a, it depends on what you do or say, but you might get like a verbal warning out of me. Like, don't do that. Don't say that shit. Get that stuff out of here. But I've found usually that when I do go to verbally reprimand someone, they leave anyway because they get offended. Perfect. Get the fuck out. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Like, you see the way that the PMR Discord operates, how they give people so many chances. There's no timeouts in my Discord. You're permanently out. Goodbye. Come in, be a cunt. Peace. I don't need you here. I approach what I'm doing right now, the same way I approach everything else. I'm not here to make any friends. However, that's a bonus if I do. I'm here to just have fun. Because until I meet anybody here on YouTube, it's the same thing. It's just as real as The Sim. It's pixels on a screen. I'm not allegiant to anybody in sim racing. If you piss me off, banned. Goodbye. Fuck off. Don't care. Don't know you. Don't care. Bye. Essentially, the people that come in, say something shitty, and then bounce is the equivalent of you. Like, if I'm sitting outside on my porch drinking a coffee and someone drives by in a car and just goes, cunt, and then drives by. That's what you are to me. Nope. Thanks for stopping by. Don't care. I don't know why we always give attention to the people that are like that. Just ban them immediately. You know how many people I've blocked on YouTube? People I blocked on back when I had Facebook? People I blocked on Instagram? If I don't know you and the first thing you say is cunty, blocked. Goodbye. I don't know you. I don't give a shit about you. People feel like, oh, if I block them, though, that's going to show weakness. Fuck no, it's not. They're irrelevant. Get rid of them. I've blocked like on my motorcycle channel, I have like 1,000 people blocked on Instagram. And they're all bullshit accounts of random shit. If I think you're irrelevant, blocked. If I think you're someone of merit that has a disagreeing opinion, then I'll disagree with you. Well, even if you're not someone of merit, and as long as your disagreement is respectful, that's never a blocking situation. But if you're just a cunt for no reason, yeah, I don't know you. Well, so I'm not anti-politically correct. Like, people just think, oh, if you're correct, that, like, no, I don't. I think there is a right and a wrong way to approach everything in life. First of all, unsolicited opinions. We need less of those. But if you are going to give your opinion of something, at least be respectful. You know? I don't believe in censorship, but I do think there are things that you just shouldn't say as a person, you know? So, like, for example, if you come into the Discord and you start saying a whole bunch of shitty shit, well, I'm not about being politically correct, but I'm also, because here's the thing, freedom of speech. Everybody always talks about freedom of speech. I 100% believe in freedom of speech. But with freedom of speech comes the freedom of consequences. Everybody forgets about that little byline. There's a consequence to the freedom. You are free to speak, and you are free to deal with the consequences of that free speak. They go hand in hand, but everybody forgets the second one. Oh, I'm freedom of speech. I'm allowed to be here and say whatever I want. Well, you're allowed to say whatever you want. But if this is our place, get the fuck out. That's why I don't understand the Discord stuff. If someone comes in swinging their dick, being an asshole, get the fuck out of here. We don't want you here. What's this with this whole like system of like navigating how to punish someone? You don't need to punish them. Just get them out. It's a Discord. It's literally a nothing burger. Discord is a comms. It started as video game communications. And now it's turning into Facebook. It's so... Fuck off. Sorry, I'm ranting right now, but don't mind it. I try to not swear, but I'm doing a pretty bad job right now. But just know I'm in a good mood while I'm renting. Renting. I'm not playing iRacing, so I'm not renting. Racing is not about being last. I agree. But it shouldn't only be about being first. It should be about having a good time and also trying to be first. But like, you know, in the same way that if I don't want to do something, I just don't do it. Whereas like, oh, well, you got to get good at it. I don't like Interlagos. I am not an Interlagos fan. Do not like the track at all. I know people do, and that's fine, but I don't like it. You're like, oh, well, you got to get good at it. Why do I have to get good at a track that I don't like? If there's an event at that track, I just won't race it. None of this is real. I'm not a licensed race car driver. I don't have to compete in a race I don't want to, or else I'm going to lose some fictional points. It's all fake. So if I don't like the track, I'm just not going to race on it. It's that simple. And no one should ever feel like they're forced, and that comes down to KH again there, where like the stuff gets fatiguing. You should never feel like you have to do this shit. If you don't want to do something, just don't do it. You feel, trust me, in the end, you feel a lot better when you don't do something you didn't want to do in the first place. Yeah, I still think the most balanced force feedback overall, like max, is that 8 to 11 Newton meters. There are lots of advantages to what I'm using right now, but it's really the detail. So, for example, this is on 28 Newton meter base. I have it parked at 18 as my max, but the detail, like the wider that range is, the more detail you get inside. Holy guacamole. Is this because now that I am badged, I can see everybody's badge? Is that what this means? Or is this just because now I officially have that badge that I'm gonna die? I'm gonna go back to not trying to qualify. Put me in the back. Yeah, Renovadio, if winning for you is the fun, like that's my biggest point. It goes, in my opinion, fun is always the forefront of competition. So if fun for you is peak level competition, then that's what you should do. But if you, like me, I'm a very competitive person, and I know that everything I do, I will try hard too hard, and I'll eventually not like what I'm doing. So for me, I have to sort of like relax on the competitive side of things to keep fun at the forefront. So for me, just casually getting in here and whatever happens, happens is my version of fun. Now, if I'm having a 1v1 battle with someone who's like my skill set, then my competition side comes up, but it's also peak fun because I'm not way faster than this person. This person's not way faster than me. Where our skill set, we're having a battle, and it feels good, you know? But I don't have in sim racing anyway, the win at all costs mentality. I don't care. And that isn't me shading people who do have that mentality. I'm just saying my mentality is not that. Welcome to Alcatraz, exactly. It's the last step on the ladder before they revoke your game key. Still do the quality laps. Fine! Oh, I hate qualifying. It's my least favorite thing in all of racing. Qualifying. Just put me somewhere on the grid and let me do some racing. I get it. I get it. I get it. But like, why do you like PMR? Because I have fun. That's the main answer. I have fun. And I can't wait for all the toxic people to bleed out of it and go on to the next thing. Because that's the only thing that's rough for me when it comes to PMR is the toxic fan base right now. But that will eventually bleed out. There will always be shitty people, but at least they'll be positive for the game. It's the people that hate the game, they'll bleed out. They'll eventually get bored and they'll move on to the next thing. Thank you. I appreciate that, James. But yes, I very much encourage disagreement. Respectful disagreement. It's when you cross the line of this is no longer a respectful conversation, that's like, all right, time to cut the ties with this guy. People always take disagreement as an ego challenge, and I don't know why. You disagree, get the fuck out. Just kidding. Like, imagine, though, if we let disagreements, like, actually ruin friendships. I mean, I know people do that, but not to talk politics, but, like, I have friends with all sorts of different political opinions, and I disagree with almost all of them. But they're all my good friends, and I would never let that get in the way of that. It's just an opinion of something. At the end of the day, everybody has a good moral compass, and that's all that matters. Every now and then, it's perfectly fine to agree to disagree. Like, a lot of times, like, I'll have a conversation with people where I'm disagreeing with them, and I can actively see that, like, there isn't a whole lot that I'm going to say that's ever going to change their opinion. So I'll just, like, rather than waste the time, that's fine, agree to disagree. You know? But I'll also never agree with you for the sake of feeling, you know, welcomed. Fuck that. If I don't agree with you, I don't agree with you. But I also try to not give my opinion on something unless I'm asked. Unless I'm streaming. And that's the case, then I'm giving you all my opinion and tough shit. And you shouldn't. You never should. Realistically, if someone is upset that you disagree with them, that's on them. They need to work on that. Like, if your mood isn't changed by disagreeing, and theirs is, like they're offended by you disagreeing with them, that's a character flaw on their part, and they have to work on that. Because there is literally nothing wrong with disagreeing. I wish more people were capable of leaving, like, the emotion out of actual debates. Because once someone typically gets emotional in a debate, they have lost the debate. They've ran out of actual facts, and now it's emotional for them. ETR, did you ever get the Discord working on the app? I don't know if I missed that comment or not. Still got the Moza. Yeah, that's another thing too that I haven't quite understood. Like the guys who have like Mozas and Simagics and all the, you know, the higher tier components all like to hate on the Logitech users, and I don't know why. Because Logitech makes good kit. They just don't have a wide variety of it. That to me is their only real flaw. But like the G Pro, I do think the G Pro needs a revision. Like for example, the RS 50 took a lot of new things from modern sim racing and applied it. Whereas, for example, USB-C connectivity.
Teams and drivers
Thought we
go
crashed
to
for a
the
second
grid
there.
for a race start.
Whereas the G Pro still uses either micro or mini USB. I forgot which one, but it's like completely dead connectivity. Exactly, KH, exactly. I know you'll try hard to win. Of course I will. Of course I will. I don't race my bike to lose, that's for sure. But again, that's a very different circumstance for me than sim racing. Again, sim racing for me is not real. This is a hobby level thing for me. Motorcycles is business. That's a very different world for me. winning and losing in my motorcycle world affects me financially. This does not. I could make the argument that if I'm better, I'll get more views and blah, blah. Fuck that. I couldn't care less. I already said from day one, I'm never going to be good enough at this for people to want to watch. So I'm hoping that I can be entertaining enough to want to be watched. Be it in conversation, opinions, whatever the case. But yeah, no, motorcycles I absolutely race to win, but that's a very different circumstance. But even then, I'm still not trying to be the fastest guy, because that requires the most money. That is the one unfortunate fact of racing in real life. The guy with the most money will win. Yes, there are anomalies when they don't. But at the end of the day, you just end up, you'll hire the best people, whatever it takes.
Green flag.
Getting away from the shameful rammers. I'd rather blast from the back of the back. This is going to be my method all day. I'm not playing the turn one Monza. I'm trying to have zero contact. That's my only goal here. Zero contacts. Oh, shit! Oh, fucking people gotta learn how to rejoin, man. No, I don't have stability control on right now. I always try and have stability control off. No matter what I'm playing. How are these guys hitting? Like, you're going straight and you're hitting each other. Holy mother of God. I'm gonna die right here. I just know. Yes, go wide, go wide. I'm staying on the inside. I'm looking at my rear view the whole time. That's all I'm looking at. Take it, just take it. Bro, get fucked. Look at this shit. Look at these people. How do you get out of this shit when these people all drive like this? Just go, just pass me, I don't care. I just lost points right there because someone hit me. It's insane. Why did you just go in the dirt? You had the line and you just drove into the dirt intentionally. I'm telling you, moving forward, everybody stays behind, in front of me. I don't give a shit. I truly don't give a shit. Luckily, my car didn't take any damage. I don't even know how you guys all do this. I truly don't even know. Complete 250 overtakes. Well, that was easy. Just let him crash. Holy God. Welcome to fucking Thunderdome. That's where I'm at right now. 2-man enter, 1-man leave. Oh.
Lap 2:02.47.
This is crazy. It's entertaining, I'll say that, but it's purely survival. There is zero interest in trying to get anywhere near a finish line in first place. Hell, I don't even care about the podium. I don't care about top 10. I just want to get there without contact. I don't even know. Honestly, NASCAR fans, believe it or not, I know they get shit on a lot because they only turn left, really, but they are, like, the real people who are really involved with NASCAR. It is not like some brain-dead motorsport. It is extremely intuitive. Some of the smartest people do it, you know? There's so much to NASCAR. There's even like drag racing also. There's no turning in drag racing. Dude. Go try it. Go try it against someone who knows what they're doing and has time in it. It's embarrassing how bad you lose. Oh, it's easy. It's easy. You just go straight and then you do it. And then you get run the fuck over in a straight line. Like, do you have any idea how many times in my life in racing, which is primarily straight line, I have been accused of cheating when I wasn't? It's insane. And these are people that are try-harding to do this thing and to win the races and to beat me. And their fallback, well, they're the best at this ever. So there's no way I could win legitimately, so I'm just cheating. Been doing it a long time. That's why I see it a lot in the video games, in the Discord. So-and-so's cheating. Why? Because they're faster than you? Like, you know what exit speed is, right? Oh, we came out of the turn and he went by me like he had 10 miles an hour on me. Yeah, it's because he had 10 miles an hour on you coming out of the turn, too. But, like, NASCAR does get a bad rep. There's a lot to it. A lot to it. Yeah, drift cars are fun, too. I've done my share of, not professional, obviously, but hobby-style drifting. Drifting's a lot of fun. Drifting is a big part of why I complain about tires in sim racing. Because in sim racing, there's no control of the tire past peak grip. In drifting, you're literally past peak grip the entire time, in full control of the situation.
That time was a 1:55.87.
Yeah, back when I had my Pontiac GTO, aka my Holden Monaro. Reese Millen was my guy. And I spent a lot of time investing my brain power into learning how to drift. Just learning how to control going sideways. That's why I laugh at all the Mustang memes of guys in Mustangs going sideways and just crashing into the crowd of people and shit. Like, because it's not hard. It's literally not the Mustang's fault. It's inexperience and stupidity. Those are the people that think iRacing's tires are correct, by the way. Like, has anybody ever had a car with like a competition tire on it of any kind of tire? Drag race, bias ply, street tire, not street tire, but Dio. Whoa! My wing's probably fucked, so I'm gonna pit. Dude, you people suck. Damage, do not repair. How do I cycle?
Lap 2, 30.01.
Repair all, I don't care. That guy I mean, maybe I wasn't paying attention, but I did not see that guy until I was right there on him. Exactly, Renovadio. I'm never gonna get out of this. Good thing I don't play this a lot. Look at these people. Oh. Did that really just hurt my front end by hitting the... whatever. This is the downside to popular games. You think you're just going to get the good players? No, you're going to get all the idiots too. Like, you guys watch me. You guys know that I am subsequently average at sim racing. I really feel like I am in the extra minor leagues. I don't know why I'm in first right there. Here I am talking shit and doing... Look at that. Look at this shit. What is happening? Yeah, I got you. As soon as this race is over, I'll get you in there. But that's why, like, I laugh at people when they talk about, like, a certain particular game is like the outcast, like, all the people suck at driving in this game, or this game's AI is shit. Have you played anything else? The AI in this game, guess what? It's shit. The people who play online in this, guess what? They're shit. Like, it doesn't matter how good the game is. People suck. And myself included in that, by the way. I suck. I'm just trying to get to the finish line at this point. What I don't understand is how everybody is so bad at controlling the car. This car drives super, like, solid. This thing is planted. Like, I know I'm not, like, pushing it, but I'm also not, like, constantly out of control trying to get this car around the track. Yet these guys are crashing left and right. Straight lines drifting, like that one guy who followed the line perfectly and then just drove off the track out of nowhere. What horse is getting beat, Mike? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, drag racing is easy after all, so how people crash in a straight line, I have absolutely no idea. All right, so you're getting the blue flag. Go on by. Go on by. You fucking hit me, letting you pass. I guess the front of the pack is catching me now since I pitted. Mike, I feel like you're doing that low-key throwing shots thing. Just come out and say it. Not hard. Just say you disagree. You won't make me mad. Whoop. A little too much there. Oh, he's gonna get it. All right, how'd we do? See how we got punished here. Ugh. Yes, Neil, that is that's a pretty fair shake of it. All right, cool. I'm gonna use the bathroom while this. I know, Trapper. There's a lot of things I should do in this, but I'm only just trying to get out of the danger zone. I'm trying to just drive safe. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to win. I know people want me to win, or want me to try to win. I don't know, but I'm just trying to get out of the danger zone. That's all. Easier to be safer with less fuel. Interesting. So what rank do I have to get to lose the badge? Or is it not up, does the actual safety rank, the number itself, have nothing to do with the badge? What is this? I don't understand. Should I take a chance and run this race? Gotcha. Like, I know I'm not going to get a... Yeah, I don't play this game, KH. I do not play this game. Well, I missed this one, so we'll consider it for next time. I'm trying to stick to Monza, just because I know Monza. Doesn't mean I'm fast on it, but I know it. This track, I don't know. So, from a safety standpoint, it makes more sense to race a track you at least know. Alright, now that it's in progress, let's reset. Official badge after 10 races. Got it. Well, what time is it? 1:40? Yeah, I want to say I drove that track one time and I rage quit. In LMU, I mean. Yeah, I was talking the other day about like what it would be like to have a motorcycle simulator, and I just don't think it can be well executed. I have no idea how, like, without spending an insane amount of money in some form of rig, how you would ever be able to properly simulate motorcycle racing. Because you could code it to be properly simulated, but the immersion side of things would never be close. Would never be close. So I have my business has primarily been street bikes. Not I'd love to get into like World Superbike shit, but that requires a lot of fucking money and being on a team, and I'm a one man show. But my personal bikes that I have, one's a ZX10 and one's a Busa. My Busa is my faster bike. My 10's a stock motorbike that I've pretty much pushed to the limit without ruining what's left of the bike, and obviously doing motor work or something along those lines. The Busa is a land speed type bike. I've been 230 on the Busa. I want to go 250, but I don't make the power in that bike to go 250, and I would need miles and miles and miles and miles of road. I need to go to like Bonneville or something like that, which is still a goal, but I would need probably bike makes about 270 right now. I probably need another 200 horsepower. I don't road race motorcycles. I've built customer bikes, but I don't personally road race motorcycles. I have done all variations of straight line motorcycle racing. In fact, I'm actually quite the opposite. It's weird. I would rather road race a car than straight line race a motorcycle. I have almost zero interest in road racing a motorcycle. Like zero. Myself, anyway. The biggest reason is everything I do in my life I fund myself. So, for example, a low side and a motorcycle cost you thousands of dollars. So imagine you're in a car, and well, let's look at this here on Monza, right? Imagine your entry speed here is just a little bit too much in a car, and you slide into this dirt. That is your penalty for too much entry speed. Oh shit, we went in the dirt. You wait for a good re-entry time, and you get back on the track, and you're fine. You're ready to go. On a motorcycle, you're out of the race. You're down thousands and thousands of dollars because the bike low-sided and slid into the dirt and then barrel rolled and tumbled and just completely got destroyed. Unless you have like an old piece of shit bike that you don't care about, or you got plenty of cheddar, as they say, it's not worth doing on a motorcycle. They have much harsher consequences. Exactly. I highly recommend, if you were to ever, like, it depends, again, you do what you want, obviously, but like when it comes to like spending your money more efficiently in racing, it will be cheaper to road race a car than it would be to straight line race a car, because cars get very, 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 very expensive. I'm talking about your own personal stuff, not sanctioned race teams that have millions of dollars invested in their cars. I'm talking about I, Joe Blow from Idaho, buy a car and want to build it into a track car, be it straight line or road race car. It's going to be cheaper, if you provided you stay in your lane, to road race it than it would be to straight line race it. Because straight line racing in anything, the heroin effect takes over. You need more and more and more and more and more and more and more. You need to just, like, you get so used to how fast you go in that straight line that you need more. It's a drug. Road racing will always be fun because you are actively getting better at it. There's so much there that you're learning how to drive. Whereas straight line is mostly up on the mechanic side of things and just making more power. Ali Gaming, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've crashed twice on a bike. Do not recommend. I've been in countless car accidents, most of the time as a passenger, and haven't had a scratch on me. Both times I wrecked, I've been hospitalized. In the bike, I mean. And the reality of motorcycles is that you are far more likely to crash road racing than you are straight line racing. Like, far more likely to crash. It's so easy to. And like I said, like when I say crash, I'm referring to the tiny little ones that don't, like a car, it just goes into the dirt. Oh shit. We lost time on that lap. We might need a new set of tires. You go back to the pit or whatever, you swap the tires out, whatever. You're right back in the race. Honky dory, no scratch to you, no damage to the car, nothing, ready to go. That tiny little miscalculation on a motorcycle literally ends your day and possibly worse. It's just not worth doing. Unless, again, you love doing it and you have a really, really cheap motorcycle, that type of bike where if you crash it, you just leave it there. You don't care about picking it back up. But, like, the motor in my Busa alone was $20,000 to build. After owning the production motor, it was additional $20,000. The advantage to road racing is you don't really need to touch the motor. Building the bike for road racing is cheaper. Maintaining it, involving in crashing, is a lot more expensive. Every day, I don't even really street ride bikes anymore. People are the problem, not there. One of the best riders I've ever met in my life, my age, about 40, recently died. I'm talking this man was Lethal Weapon on a motorcycle. Pick a form of racing. He could get on anybody's bike and do it. Just one of those like natural born killers of their talent when it comes to racing. You know, like a Max Verstappen level motorcycle rider. Gets killed by someone making a U-turn, not paying attention on the highway. Like, when I got the news, it wasn't that long ago. I want to say it was like 3 months ago. When I got news of that, it's like, wait, what? I immediately was like, I knew it wasn't his fault. You know? It's just not worth street riding. Really not. This is a guy that's done well over 200 miles an hour. Literally, one hand behind his back, turning around and taunting you in the race. You know, that's what you see the guys in MotoGP when they're turning and looking and all that shit. He's doing that, but at a higher rate of speed. The average person, when they're doing well over 200 miles an hour, they stay in their spot. They're not deviating. Ever stick your hand out the window at 60 miles an hour? Naturally, it moves your hand back. Stick your head up at 230 miles an hour. You get ripped off the bike. But, now, one thing I've spent a lot of time with, though, that does sort of apply to pretty much everything is, tires. That's why I harp on tires a lot. A lot. You don't ever hear me talking about suspensions in cars or anything like that. You hear me complaining about tires. Because I've spent a lot of times in different motorsports with different tires, different compounds, how compounds react to things. And that's when I get frustrated when a game tries to tell me that I have no grip in a situation that, like, all right, even if I was in this situation where I had less grip, like in iRacing, what is it known for when the tires start to lose grip? They shut off. That is not an accurate situation on a tire. You go past peak grip, you don't fall off a cliff with no grip, you just have less grip until you get back to peak grip. Yeah, I know I'm rambling on that, but that's my point. Let me read some of these comments here. I've been rambling too long. I missed a bunch. I'll show you here. Let me show you a picture of the Busa. Well, this isn't a picture, but this is the video. It's damn it. Oh yeah, Discord. I gotta add you there. I forgot. All right, ETR, you are in the Discord. Turn the music off for this. So this is the Busa. Exactly, Renovadio. Dude, it's so risky road racing motorcycles. So risky. Well, I don't do it. Um, 5 minutes still. Jesus. I really should take that other race just to kind of kill some of the dead time here. Yeah, Eagles, that's pretty much how it goes, especially when you're learning how to road race. You should never start road racing on a 1 liter. 600s are usually king in the new, because it's when you've gained or you've lost no actual turning ability with the 600, you've just pulled power out of it. So imagine like how much harder it would be to drive a GT3 car versus a GT3 car with an MX-5's motor in it. Like how well the car handles and doesn't make any power, it would be effortless to drive it around. You could basically go around Monza at full throttle the whole time. Obviously that's an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. Isle of Man is wild. Absolutely wild. And what's crazy too is, right? Again, the average person likes to disrespect the straight line shit, regardless of what it is. What was his name? Avid Isle of Man. God damn it. The fact that I forgot his name right now when I want to bring him up. Mark Marquez. Who was it? No, not Mark Marquez. Raced to Isle of Man, I want to say on BMW. And now he's chasing land speed. There's something about land speed that always becomes like the golden child of racing. When it's especially in motorcycles. Because Isle of Man is the craziest sport on motorcycles. I think it might be the craziest racing sport, period. The death rate alone says it's crazy. But the point is that someone who did Isle of Man, it wasn't enough for them. And now they are trying, now land speed is what they've graduated to. Because there's something about trying to go over 300 miles an hour on the ground that separates you from the rest of the world. My goal is 250. And I don't think I'm ever going to do it. The difference between 250 and 300, is not the difference between like 200 and 250. It is a 1%ers of 1%ers of 1%ers of 1%ers chase 300. And 99% of it time, those small little minutia of 1%ers fail. Would I do Isle of Man? Fuck no. Respectfully, fuck no. I'll watch the shit out of it, but that's where I draw the line. Oh my god. Isle of Man racer goes land speed. Guy Martin, Jesus. Yeah, Guy Martin. On a bicycle, yeah, exactly. You guys know who Guy Martin is, right? This guy? I mean, he looks like he's crazy. Look at his mutton chops. This is the man right here of motorcycle motorsports. This is the guy. This is the legend. This guy literally said meh to Isle of Man and goes, I'm going to try and go as fast as possible in a straight line. There is something premier about just going as fast as possible, mile per hour or kilometers per hour wise, on the ground. That just elevates you past any form of motorsport. World record holder for fastest tractor. Guy Martin's next level. He's the level. But, yeah, that boost I showed you was, it's, all variant. I have to change a bunch of things, obviously, but I can drag race it, I can half-mile race it, I can 1 mile race it, I can land speed race it. Again, lots of changes, but it's built to do all of it. It is not built to road race. I mean, it's a Busa. No one does that anyway. Yeah, exactly, Renovadio. That Isle of Man is wild. And what's crazy is, like, they're not even on fast bikes. Like, they are fast bikes. But, like, they're not faster than either one. Yes, around a road course they are. I'm talking about straight line performance when I say fast here. They're not faster than either one of my bikes. MotoGP bikes are faster than both of my bikes in a straight line. And they're not built for straight line. MotoGP bikes are wild. Wild. I'll be right back. I can't remember what race it was, but it was like 15 years ago in Isle of Man. This is how crazy Isle of Man is. So, obviously there's a high death rate, but someone dies in the race. Let me rewind that. 2 people die in this race. Independently. At different times. Why do I say it like that? Because the first death in the race didn't cancel the race. Dying in Isle of Man is so common that it doesn't take 1 death to cancel the race. It takes 2 to cancel the race. Think about that. Essentially, someone died, they crashed, they died, the race continued, another person crashed and died. Then they said, okay, I guess it's time to cancel this race. That's Isle of Man. Imagine an F1 race happens. Verstappen hits the wall and dies. You think that race is continuing? Not to put that on Verstappen. But the point is any one of them. Race is over. Alright, back to reality. Sim racing. The real racing. None of this Isle of Man jargon. Oh. Little sausage. Exactly. Isle of Man TT is Rocky 4 IRL. If he dies, he dies. It's insane. I love that it exists, but as long as they're happy, right? I'm all for, like, things being controlled while not being regulated. But I somewhat feel like Isle of Man is a bridge too far. Maybe I'm all for it again. It's entertaining as shit. But something about racing through towns in Wales and shit is just, nah. You're coming around a bend at 180 miles an hour. Oh, I should probably hit the brakes, huh? I don't know why that. For some reason, I was treating the car right there like it didn't have ABS. And I was very soft on the brakes. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, something about doing 180 miles an hour, leaned over with your helmet, passing a cobblestone wall. With like, within an inch, 2 inches. Yeah. Meanwhile, the 500 horsepower car that I'm fictionally in right now has a cage and all sorts of things to protect me. Oh. You know what happened to Jan Martinborough, whatever. How he killed a spectator on Nordschleife. That's a Tuesday in Isle of Man. Enter at your own risk. It's a lot like rally racing in terms of the layout.
That time was a 150.
But with concrete or tarmac and much higher speeds and motorcycles. Trying to read your comment, run of audio without crashing. Case in point. Yeah, that's Isle of Man in a nutshell. Sorry to hear that, KH, but yeah, that's the reality of it. That's why I don't street ride, really. I live in farmland, and I barely street ride. I'm more likely to get killed by a giant beetle than I am a car, yet I still avoid it. Like, I have someone that I know is coming to have me retune his bike tomorrow, and I've been entertaining the idea of jumping out on the local highway and kind of dancing around with him a little bit just to see how far he's come. But the other part of me is like, it's a whole lot safer to just not do any of that shit.
That time was a 155.0.
Hey, 154, look at that. It's so weird how, like, it gives you that sensation that it's going to crash right there, and then it doesn't. It's just the way it's, you know. Alright. L. Nilsson, good luck, have fun. I will, just don't, you know, ramrod me up the tailpipe, and we'll be good. Yeah, the track is a lot safer. Like, you have a much lesser chance of dying on the track than you do on the street. But you might... It's weird. You have a much lesser chance of dying on the track, but a much higher chance of crashing. Whereas on the street, you're less likely to crash from a time doing it versus crashing, of course. But you are more likely to die in that crash. This is what it's like driving in traffic in real life. Stop, go, because nobody can maintain speed. And it just works its way all the way back. Look at this. Is there a way to turn off the messaging? Because it's annoying. I'm fine with everything on the ground and stuff like that, but how it tells me catch up, slow down, inside of like microseconds, super annoying.
Green flag, green flag.
Slow down a little bit. Get away from the pack. Oh, that guy's causing an accident. Wow, that's surprising he didn't. I'm just gonna stop, wait for traffic. I can in real life, AJ, just not in the game, because I'm limited by the game's physics. But in real life, the start of the race is my favorite point. Rolling, doesn't matter how fast we're going, if we're dead stopped, it is the best point, because you're chasing me every time. But in things like this, you have the exact same coding as everybody else, so there's really no real advantage from a rolling start. Agreed. That was weird. That one got me dizzy. Go to my settings and turn it off. Thanks, Fway. What's it called? I'll do it after this race, obviously. Or unless I have to pit.
Time to 11.54.
Just go. I'm trying to get zero contact here, but... I'm trying to pick the safest points to slow down and let them pass me, so there's no contact. It's harder than you might think. Trusting random people on the internet to do the logical thing. Still not too bad. I'm gonna go inside, you pass. My only goal here, my only goal is to get away from the dangerous people, get out of that system. I don't give a shit about how I place, so I can start racing with people that have just more etiquette in general. Because I'm in a group of people right now that it is purely survival.
Lap 159.05.
I'm very much enjoying LMU's driving, but I wouldn't really call this racing. Not, at least my intent right now is not what I would call racing. But it's just avoiding that shit non-stop. But, no, I very much like the way LMU drives. I've always liked the way LMU drives. That's never been my complaint. I don't like their cold tires, but we haven't encountered cold tires in this yet, so it's not a big deal. But overall, I really like the driving in LMU. I've always have. LMU, like I said, though, is just not for me because it's a one-trick pony of endurance racing, and that's about it. And you don't have any features that you can kind of dictate what you want to do in the game. You just kind of have to do what they give you. The gulag, exactly. Rando trust issues, yep. The thing about LMU is to, like, truly get good at it. All right, you're not moving. Good job, good job. It's like, it's one of those sims where it's like only you can play this sim, you know? And me, I like to jump around. I need variety, and it's so hard to, like, really kind of, like, dial in the driving experience and the skill set of one sim when you play them all. It's just hard. They actively work against each other. Like, you drive this car in this, and then you drive it in AMS2. It's like you're completely different worlds.
Lap 157.20.
Yeah, based off WEC. Oh, look, they're driving through them. I gotta show you guys a clip too. It's gonna be one of my shorts at some point, but and this guy he's a decent driver too, and he races with us in PMR pretty often. Like I said, he's a decent driver. I don't know what happened here, but It was rough. It was pretty rough. I'll show you after this race. And yes, Isle of Man, baby. That is the race. Race I would never want to do, but always want to watch. Oh, Jesus! How did you spin out in this straight? My guy! You know, as much as road racers talk shit about how easy straight line racing is, I feel like they don't have any feet to stand on right now. Whew.
Lap 158.20.
It is definitely a skill set. You have actively collected 0 skills. That is a skill set. Phantom skill set. Oh, I am driving overly cautious right now. I'm just out for a Sunday drive. I'm just trying to avoid these guys. I could definitely go faster, but I'm not. I guarantee you I'm not on pace with like what I should be doing. But I could definitely go faster. I'm definitely holding back. That's why the line's on. I'm just listening to the line right now. I'm just following the line, driving the line. Because you commonly see guys catch back up to me. Even the idiots are faster. They just crash. And I'm trying to avoid that, so. Like I said, you got 2 guys in the center over here. How they spun out, I have no idea. Jesus. I love reading the chat too, like the in-game chat. Oh, that was the closest I've been to losing the rear end so far. What I want to know is how these talented ass guys are able to type while racing. Maybe that's why they're crashing so much, because they're in the chat typing. Look at this. What the fuck, man? Why you hit me on purpose? I've done nothing. Enjoy the ban, asshole. Oh, I love it. Oh, man. Believe it or not, this is why PMR doesn't have a chat. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. I love reading it. People get so mad in the chat. That's something I can honestly say that I have never done once in my entire life of video games. Lost my temper in a game chat. Never done it. Jesus, that guy almost... Looking at my rearview mirror at this dude. LMU, if LMU had voice chat, it would be like the old Halo days. Or anything, really, for that matter. You know what would be cool? Proximity chat. I would be for proximity chat in sim racing. Not at all realistic, but it would be fun. Then again, I'm all for proximity chat in just about any multiplayer game. Just for taunting purposes. But we can't have that in video games anymore, so... Exactly, Fway. This guy is losing his shit. Funny. I don't know where this guy is. There he is. He's so mad. Bro, this is the shit I'm talking about. It's a fucking... Dude, you are in the bottom of the barrel cesspool of sim racing in LMU right now. You should not be this angry about losing a race. Oh, man. 156.72. Someone dropping bananas. Oh, man. I will say, I wish as part of sim racing, in any game that registers your name, it also shows your age too. Like E. Robinson, that's clearly my name. I feel like right next to it should be a 38. 'Cause that's how old I am. Because I want to see how old the man babies are when they're losing their shit. Plus probably. I found that most of the older guys I play with are pretty fucking chill. Like they don't care. They're just here to have a good time. Like Furry. I don't know how old Furry is that we commonly play with. He's very quiet. He's really good and minds his business. Has fun. Doesn't lose his temper ever.
Lap 155.58.
I'm so sick of this game, man. This is funny. This is funny. These guys causing all these wrecks, I'm just moving up position, driving slow as shit. That's one thing that's really good about this skill set of people that I'm racing with. I am intentionally going slower, and I'm not very good, so me going slower than my already achieved skill set is just pretty slow. All I'm doing is avoiding accidents, and I'm working my way up the podium. Mind you, I'm back of the pack still, no matter what, but it's just funny. I think sim racing, every time you buy a new piece of kit, it should come with a prescription for Xanax. Calm the fuck down, bro. Don't get me wrong. There is the animated acting side of being angry. Like, case in point would be like, say, a Dr. Disrespect, where they intentionally go out of their way to be angry because it adds to the depth of the character. But, like, you know that's intentional, whereas I'm pretty confident this guy is genuinely like, look at this. Talk Khan, you were talking before? What the fuck is up? You bitch? Please check your replay. He's so mad, bro. You are the problem right now. I like, this guy has complained so much in chat. I no longer trust any of his opinion when it comes to what happened. He's so emotional that I know he's the problem.
That time was a 156.53.
He's the red flag. I'm in favor of game chat, personally. I would never partake in it, but I'm in favor of it being there. I do hope PMR does add it eventually. I don't know if they want to, though, that's the thing. They want to avoid the whole toxicity bullshit, but at the same time, like, it's entertaining. Adults find it entertaining. Watching kids just go at each other. Well, that's the thing. And let's just say, hypothetically, he did have a foot to stand on with what happened. Him making the report, asking for someone to be banned, while saying all of that in chat, they're not even gonna bother with the other dude. They're just gonna ban him.
That time was a 156.24.
How many people that are passing by have clicked on this stream, do you think saw the line on and clicked off? I'm going to venture at least 50% of the people. And as far as I'm concerned, good. I don't want you here. If that truly pisses you off, you're not my people. If what someone else does in the video game that they're playing actually upsets you, you need a hobby. Or another one. Oh, exactly. Exactly. The funny thing is that most people do have the driveline on. I would venture to say 75% of people who do this have the driveline on. But when people are streaming it, it's off because of the stigma that comes with it. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I agree with you there, drawing a line between frustration and anger. 100%, there should be some level of emotion attached to the game you're playing, or else why are you doing it? You're having fun, you get frustrated, maybe even a little bit angry or annoyed or whatever. But when you get that level of angry, you have to realize, dude, this is actually just a video game. Nothing changes when you turn it off. Nothing. Hey, gained 6 positions. All right. Let's see what we did here. Now, we don't care about that. This is what we care about. Yes! First full-on clean one. High and high. Perfect. Let's keep that train going. That's the goal. Be right back. All right, let's see where we're at here. I think the first thing about ranked racing that you have to learn is that, because like I myself am guilty of this, where when I go from a casual race to a ranked race, I start driving worse because I know it matters, at least in the game, you know? So you kind of have to learn. That's like anything, any form of competition in real life. You have to learn to just sort of not care about the seriousness of it to get in your own groove, you know? All right, so we got 2 races left. I want to do this, but I just... I kind of think I should, for today at least, stick to Monza. Stick to what I've been doing. It feels like the solid punishment for where I've gone. I got 2 races left to get to 10 races. What happens again at 10 races? I forget. I 100% agree with you there, Neil. 100% agree with you. As much as I do love esports and would like to see more sim racing in esports, it has definitely created a toxic sort of like Me Too breed of kids that have plagued their way into video games. Like, it's something that I actively talk about outside of streaming, but to explain why things are the way they are and why they seem like they're happening so frequently in the real world, and it shows in gaming, it shows in everything, and that is... all those years growing up where you were involved in sports or whatever, and it was podium trophies and then nothing else. And then out of nowhere, the participation trophy thing started happening more and more frequently to the point now where it's everything. Participation trophies are everything. Well, the thing is, the reason why the world is sort of kind of shifting to that is that the participation trophy generation are now adults. So we're seeing the first signs of what the participation trophy and being rewarded for just showing up has actually done and affected the world. And we're just now starting to see it be a reality. Because we always talked about it, Well, we're here now. It's happening. Actively. Currently. Exactly, ETR. I set my fastest lap on Monza talking about racing motorcycles. Hey, I'm here, award me. Exactly. Exactly. That's why, like, people, like, the PMR Discord is all of those people. It's the people that think they deserve, like, all right, let me show you something here. So PMR, right? I have 351 hours in PMR right now. So my hourly shop rate is $125 an hour. Okay, that's my business motorcycle building shop rate. So I look at everything in my life from a time perspective. I have 351 hours in this game. I spent $100 or so, whatever it was, $90, whatever the price was, for the full package. And it's gotten me 351 hours. $43,000. My hourly shop rate times the amount of hours I've got in this game. And I've spent $100 on the game. What I'm trying to say is, from a time perspective, I have gotten my money's worth. Regardless of what realistically, if all of that has been 1 hour of fun and 350 hours of pure torture, that's on me. But either way, the game has taken 351 hours of me, and I continue to play it. If I never played this game ever again, I got well worth my money. I have more money in AMS2, 127 hours. More money in ACC, 20 hours. More money, a lot more money in Race Room, actually, $67. So when I say the price of PMR has been very efficient for me, that's where I'm coming from. And yes, I try and approach everything from a mathematical standpoint. I appreciate that, KH. Appreciate that. What TV do I have? I'm running a LG C4 OLED. It's actually my movie theater TV, because it's my theater room, but I have now a sim rig slapped in front of it. So it's less of a theater room and more of my sim room. But eventually, when I finish my storage room, it's currently the attic space of the house. That's unfinished. We're going to finish the whole upstairs so we can use the space better. That will be a dedicated sim space, and I want to get... So I really like the Samsung ultra wides, like the super ultra wides, the 32x9s. They have a 59-inch super ultra wide, but it's not OLED. And my eyes have gotten too accustomed to OLED to the point where, first world problems, I can't go back to a non-OLED. I just can't. I know, first world problem. What kind of asshole am I? But I'm an honest one. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Even the monitor that I'm looking at right now to read chat is an OLED. Because it bothered me too much that I would stare at an OLED and then go over here and I would see all the backlight bleed bullshit. It pissed me off. Yeah, I know. Judge me. So I am using the Next Level Racing FGT Pro rig, and I've built my own rig around it. I've spent more money than any other rig you could buy on the market by buying an expensive rig and then spending a shit ton of money on building a frame around it. Very, very inefficient way of doing things. But it's unique, at least. Let me see if I can show you. Let's see. Let me take a picture of right here. It's all 40/40 aluminum, though. It's not like really the big stuff, because the aluminum, the rig that I've built it around has been for support, not for structure, essentially. So it mounts my mic, my spare monitor, my camera, my wheels, my mouse. Even have my TV remote. I got a cup holder, the stream deck. Let me see if that picture I took just worked out. And it goes underneath it too. So this rig literally sits inside it. Technically, if I could remove this rig and put a few more pieces on it, and it could be its own rig. But it's all 40/40, so it's not going to handle heavy force feedback without some kind of wobble. Put it in the Discord, and then I'll just show you that picture. Now, in order to do, I'll send it to my WhatsApp. That's a better way to do it. So, document. Fun fact, if you guys have WhatsApp and you want to send uncompressed videos or pictures, send it through WhatsApp as a document, not a video or a picture file. It sends the full file. So if it's a 500 megabyte video clip, it'll send all 500 megabyte video. So you get full quality. That's how I transfer every file from phone to computer, or phone to friend who with another phone, through WhatsApp documents. Got the 45-inch LG ultra-wide OLED. Love it. Yeah. An LMU is weird. You have to tab out of it. I must not be running it in windowed mode or something. I'll have to look. So this is... I'll tell you, I don't even see that dust right there on the top of it. I see none of that. That's crazy. That's crazy how good camera phones have gotten. Those like white speckles, I cannot see that with my eyes right now looking at the top of the direct drive. Cannot see that. But, yeah, so this is the stream deck. The camera's on top of it. I got 4 wheels mounted on the sides. This is my mic arm. This is the monitor. Obviously, this is the direct drive. Pedals are down there. You can see the haptics in the pedals. This is the TV. This is all the sound system and blah, blah, blah. PS5's up here. Yeah. This is a snowball effect for me. This did not start like this. This started on a G923 and an Amazon $40 stationary mount to just put up to one of my couches. The rest took over. I got quickly addicted. Boss versus playtime, break away from daily nonsense, if you understand what I'm saying. Yep, 100%. 555 hours on my desktop so far. Very nice, very nice. No, they cost a lot. I mean, I will say though, they're pretty well. So I would look at, if you're looking at an aluminum extrusion rig, I would either look at SimLabs, or I think it's their P1X, not their flagship one. The step below it is really well priced, and then the Advanced Sim Racing, yes, ASR, Advanced Sim Racing. They're in Canada. They make really. They're probably going to be my fun fact. So obviously, I'm a Simagic affiliate. I did apply to some other companies for affiliation, and they all basically ignored me. Which is, I don't mind ever being denied. Who am I? I'm just another guy. You say no? Cool. I get it. Advanced Sim Racing earned my future business. simply for saying and responding that right now they're not offering any affiliations, but they'll pay attention to the stream and you know, they'll consider me for down the road. Perfectly fine with me. They denied me, but they responded. And they don't even have what do you call it? A form to fill out. I just sent them a general email and they replied. Other companies have forms to apply for affiliation. Never heard back. Now, by no means do I think I am deserving of affiliation. However, if you have a section dedicated to applying for something, you would think you would at least somewhat hear a denial. Like, even if it's a generic, like, that no one wrote that in the moment, that was just sent out as denial, I would accept that. But just complete ignoring you is like, I run all my motorcycle inquiries through email. I get requests for jobs all the time that I want no part of, or I don't do. I don't ignore them. I send them an email back saying, sorry, XYZ reason why I'm not going to do that, or whatever the case is. Obviously in a much more professional wording. But the point is that I send a reply to let them know that I did get their inquiry, and I thank them for their inquiry and considering me. And that's me on the business side of things, responding to consumers' side of things. So for me, it's just, it's bad business etiquette to ignore an inquiry. Nothing wrong with a denial. Nothing wrong with it. Like I said, ASR insured me, or insured, whatever. ASR earned my business. Like, all they did was reply to me and deny me. They earned my business. It's really that easy, folks. And I think I'm a rational person when it comes to stuff like that too. Now imagine all of the irrational people, how they would respond. Because I didn't follow up or anything like that. That was the end of it. You know, I didn't hear back. Me bitching about it right now has been the only repercussion so far of them not replying to me. But the point is that how much business do you potentially lose by ignoring people? Or ignoring inquiries, I should say. So I'll actually show you. Still got 6 minutes. I tab out of this. Advanced sim racing. These guys are out of Quebec, I believe. They're the French Canadians, not the regular Canadians. So they got the thick accents. Oh, not full systems. I don't want full systems. I want chassis. So, right here. So I'm looking at, I will say, they occasionally offer occasionally offer the legacy stuff. Their legacy rigs have the extrusion mounts on the outside so you can attach things to them. I like that better. This looks better when it's clean on the outside, but you lose a lot of ability to bolt shit to the side of it. So I would recommend the ASR 4. ASR 4 is going to be super, super sturdy. Like, if you are not on motion, this thing will not move, period. The only time I would recommend the Pro is if you were going onto something that was motion and it had to support monitors and stuff like that. But for that price difference, if you can swing the Pro, mind you, this is no seat included, so you have to add the cost of the seat to it. So I would recommend the ASR 4. This is one that I almost got if I was going to go aluminum extrusion. And there's the Pro, which is just bigger. The base is bigger. 160 millimeter versus 120, I believe. This is what I would get if you were planning on putting it on motion. And on the other front, SimLab. Oh, that's not how you type. So my friggin' keyboard is... There we go. So ironically, I applied to the U.S. store for they're to Montreal. Hold on. What I was going to say was I originally with SimLab is my second choice right now. So I applied to, or I emailed the U.S. store, which I might follow up with them again. I emailed the U.S. store, and they replied to me and thanked me for consideration. And they said, but I have to apply to the EU store through the affiliate program. And then I applied to that, and I never heard back. So I might follow up with the U.S. store, because the U.S. store is new, and I am a U.S. resident. So my idea behind that as well, you know, actively streaming in the U.S. You're a U.S. branch. All I'm saying is U.S. collab, you know. Maybe I can word that in there, but at the end of the day, none of this am I entitled to, so I don't care if they say no. But never hurts to try. This is the rig I like. This is their second in line one, the P1X Pro. I like the angled groove. I like how it does. I like the looks of this one a little bit better than the ASR. I won't lie. Cosmetically, I think it looks really good. It's a really good looking rig, you know? But here's the thing. I absolutely love what I'm sitting in right now. So I don't need any of this stuff. But if they ever approve me for affiliation, I would happily rep their shit. For example, I've applied to Next Level Racing twice, actually. Once before I started going, and then, like, recently. Both times I didn't hear back. So I'm not going to apply a third time. Like, I've spent, I want to say about $1,500 directly with Next Level Racing, and never heard back. So it's like, I'm not deserving of an email response? Come on. But this is their Ultimate. The Ultimate is technically a heavier duty rig, but from a cosmetic standpoint, although their bracketry, SimLab's bracketry, is really nice. Come on, why can't I scroll here? Oh, that's why. So, like, this is technically, I really like their brackets, like I said. They put a lot of nice artsy design into that, but yeah. But I like the P1X Pro better, cosmetically. And the price difference I don't know where the justification is in some of this price. I don't know what this is adding here, but look at the P1X Pro difference. $789. That's a big price difference. Let's get back to the race now. Oh shit, wrong button. Oh, look at that for timing. All right, let me see. Let's rewind that. But I don't know if Simagic just made me think affiliation was easier than I thought it was, because I didn't reach out to Simagic. Simagic reached out to me via Instagram. They didn't even know about my YouTube. My Instagram has like 400 people that follow me. Like, it's nothing. It's a courtesy thing, you know? Because my main Instagram is my business page. But they reached out to me to that and asked me if I wanted to collab, because I made a couple shorts with some Simagic gear. That was it. Here we are. So I guess that spoiled me in a sense, where I was expecting it to be a little easier, but yeah, Trapper. I'm sure there's some drawbacks to overall setup, but I'm never against making things. Like, I mean, I'm a big fan of custom fab stuff. Like, the funny thing is about it is that all these rig choices is a more newer thing. you usually had to custom build shit, you know? And now they custom build them for you and sell you as like a nice fancy kit. But no, for what it's worth though, all things considered, as a purchase the rig, get in it, and race, I very much like this FGT Pro, man. My only complaint about it, and you know it going in, is that it's not a seat. Like, you're in a seat, but you can't just change the seat. That would be the one thing that bothers me. If I could find a way to custom fab it so that I could bolt any seat I want to it in the future, that would be cool, but it'd be easier probably at that point to just get into a rig that I'll wear in practice. I don't care about practice. Richard's throwing the SimLab CEO as the SimLab sub. Could be worth dropping him a DM. I'm not on Reddit. My whole thing is, like, I don't want to chase. I don't want to feel like I'm, you know, being entitled, you know? Because I know I'm not entitled to any of this shit. But for what it's worth, James, though, there are a lot of good, like, sub $500 rigs out there. For example, my a buddy of mine in Florida, he got into the non-pro variant of this rig. He got the FGT. He went on Facebook Marketplace, found it for $100. It's a $500 rig. He found it for $100, and it came with a G923. He sold a G923 for $150, and he came out with a free rig plus $50. So those kind of random deals are out there. What I did have before this, though, was the Playseat Trophy. I actually very, very much like the Playseat Trophy. I think it's so slept on. It's like the rig I recommend for anybody who is getting into this stuff, wants to be comfortable, wants something that's lightweight, movable, and stuff like that. Hard to argue with that one, in my opinion. I regret selling it. I wish I still had it. Not because I don't like this as much or whatever. I do like this one more. But as like a second rig or whatever to set up, be mobile, I very much missed that Playseat Trophy. That was a good piece. I want to say it's a what? GT Omega Eagles. What rig do you have? I forgot what that one is, but that's a very popular. I've never had my hands on it personally, but it gets a lot of good reviews, and it's not crazy expensive. If you're still in here, Eagles, remind me of what that one is that you have. Yep. Yeah, Trapper. It's definitely slept on. The only thing about it is it doesn't, because you're sitting in sort of like the hammock style seat, it gives you the kind of like the sensation that you're not really sitting in a sim rig. But like, at the end of the day, I was super comfortable in it. And it did everything I needed it to do. The biggest reason I upgraded is because I had a lot of attachments I wanted to build and stuff like that, and, you know, I mean, now that I have this base, I don't know how the Trophy would handle this base, but because I had it with the Logitech Pro, my Trophy, and that was a really, really, really good rig to have. Next Level Racing GT Racer V2. It's pretty cheap, but the seat is made for sitting there for hours. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but I have a back pad attached to my rig right now. It's comfortable, but not comfortable for a long, long stint inside it. In sim racing, you know, I do 4 hours. I mean, I'm going a little longer today, but because I'm trying to get these 10 laps in. After I get the 10 races in, I'll probably call this stream and then I'll jump back on later. But for the longer runs, I need this like little Amazon little pad behind me. I didn't need that with the Trophy. Trophy was fine. But I will say, I do think if you're going to buy like the tubular steel rigs, I do think this FGT Pro is the most richest one on the market. because a buddy of mine just bought the Track Racer whatever the V2 model is. That's the big tubular, 50 millimeter tubular one. His has way more flex than mine, unfortunately. And it's, mind you, it's not flex that you would ever feel while racing, but it is flex if you like pull on the wheel and stuff. You can absolutely see it. Yeah, one thing I wish that a lot of these companies would tell you about, that they don't, they just it's completely missing information, is the gauge of the tubing. How thick is that shit? Because if you pick up the Track Racer 50 millimeter tube, and you pick up Next Level Racing's 50 millimeter tube, they're both steel. The Next Level Racing one is substantially heavier. Like, substantially heavier, because it's thicker. Well, just like the diameter of the tube, the thickness of the tubing also affects flex. But that information is never listed.
5.20.
It's insane how rock solid this thing is. I would need to probably get a 120 to 140, oh sorry, 120 to 160 millimeter aluminum extrusion rig to have something more rigid than what I have. Because the 80's not gonna be enough. 80 will flex way more than this. Because the 40s are a joke. The 40 millimeter, they are meant to be like, you know, Legoed together to create some form of structural stability. Because they have a lot of flex in them. PVC tube rig, yep. I mean, there's some good wooden ones out there too. Wood is slept on. If you're on a budget and you're a woodworker, I would build a wooden rig all day. Vevors 400. Is that an Amazon rig? Too bad. Never heard of that brand. There are some good things on Amazon. I'll say that. If you're on a real tight budget when it comes to a rig, there's some good Amazon stuff out there. I've seen some really budgety Amazon stuff be on motion and be fine. It's a little strange that someone would cheap out so much on the rig, because no motion is cheap. The cheapest motion rig is still thousands of dollars, or cheapest motion kit is still thousands of dollars.
Lap 155.20.
I think what I'm going to do is probably reach back out to SimLab's US rep and mention that I didn't hear back after applying for the affiliation, if that's normal or if that's just their way of denying or what they might know. Because again, the US rep responded to me right away and was super nice about it. So I was like, all right, cool. We're already ahead of the ball. And then the actual official form, I never heard back. Because I feel like just to sort of complete the whole kit thing, I'm affiliated with Simagic. I need a rig to go with it. And I want to say SimLab and Simagic do a lot of collabing together, so. Big tube steel. I'll give it a try, AJ, but that's very much built into my driving mannerisms. Gas and brake. Never being completely off. Well, I should say completely off, but...
Lap 155.50.
Yeah, I really like the ABS feel in this, and it's crazy. Believe it or not, I think Rennsport has some of the great some of it is really, really good on force feedback. Really good on force feedback. Their ABS kicks ass. This game's ABS kicks ass. I wish more sims really, really pushed ABS through the wheel.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
Here we go. Race 9 of hopefully 10 clean races. Where am I at here? Oh boy. This guy just looks like he wants to punt me. I don't know why. Something about his car right there. It says beam. He wants to beam me off the track. No, I understand that, KH. I'm just saying I want to be able to feel when ABS is activating. I'm running it all default. Whatever it gives me is what I'm running it at. I'm not, like I said, I only have one goal in mind today. But, no, I understand what you're saying, KH. But I'm saying I want to be able to feel when I've come into ABS. What do you mean, AJ?
Formation lap has started.
Oh, I got you. You're talking... I get it. I get what you're saying. Never mind. I'll shut up. I'm glad someone in chat says that, because I never say it. I'm bad at that shit, promoting myself. No, you're good, KH. You're good. I'm just saying I like the feel. I like knowing when I'm coming into ABS and when I'm not. Because in PMR, you can just shove the brake to the floor, and the only way you know you're on ABS is if you have a blinking light on your wheel, or you look at the factory, the game's telemetry. You don't feel ABS at all. Catch up, slow down, catch up, eat my ass.
Green flag, green flag.
Go slow here. Let this guy get around me. That's what I want to see, open road behind me. The opposite of what everybody else wants to see. I want to see nobody behind me. That makes me feel good about myself. Come on, boys. You got this. You got this. Oh no, we got the out of pitters now. See, I trust the guys that come out of the pits a lot more than I trust the guys that just stay behind me in the race, because I know that they're probably in the pits. Either one, they just weren't paying attention, or two, it's because they're trying to be safe. Let's see, do I get proved wrong here? Yep, I got proved wrong. Got proved wrong. Jesus. I literally evaded him solely in the rearview mirror. Yeah, just go around me. Just go around me. Next guy, when he catches up, I'm letting him go around too, because he's clearly pretty bad. Oh, geez. Here we go. It has begun. What the fuck is LMU, guys? What is this game? What am I playing? Imagine when people complain. I'm telling you, for the guys who are watching right now that are console players, the grass isn't greener on the PC side. It's the same bullshit. LMU isn't just gonna come to console and save you. It's the same shit.
Lap 2, 20.17.
Holy moly. I mean, here's the thing. Sim racing is better on PC, yes. But it better be. It's way more expensive to do. Way more expensive. But, I mean, that doesn't mean it's bad on console. You just have a limited selection, and there's only so many things you have to work with. But, like a cross-play game, you're getting 100... Like, that's why I talk about ACC and how if LMU isn't cross-play from console to PC, you're not getting the same game that PC has. ACC is like that. But PMR and Rensport, that is the same game across both. But if you don't know computers, I do recommend sticking to console. Unless you have an avid desire to really learn computers past gaming, you're going to run into a lot of problems. You need to be able to know how to diagnose things on the software side and on the hardware side, technically. You need to be able to know the difference. But, because like I've spent my whole life around computers, so typically if I'm having a problem with a game, I can relatively quickly identify what the problem's coming from. If it's the game, if it's the computer, if it's the hardware of the computer, if it's the software of the computer, if there's a program in the background that's creating a stutter in the game, you know. Whereas if you have spent your whole life gaming on console, and you've never spent any real time on a computer gaming, you're gonna have problems on PC. I can almost guarantee it. There's a big learning curve with PC, and it's just about using them. And as much as I love the personal computer, I think they're on borrowed time. And I hate to say it because it's a massive part of my life. Between big name computer technology companies switching over to AI for the military, and all of a sudden consumer components quintupling in price. The day mobile gaming becomes the only way to game, that's the day I no longer play video games. Yeah, I mean, I have my PS5 for a reason. That has been sort of the trend for a very long time now. Have a PlayStation and a PC if you want the best possible gaming experience on all fronts. Because Xbox is essentially just a restricted console version of a PC. You don't gain anything from the Xbox. But you do gain things from a PS5. Exclusives, things like that. And as far as, like, exclusivity on Xbox, that's gone, that's dead, that's buried. Forza Horizon 5 going to PS5 and doubling its income was the nail in the coffin for console exclusivity on Xbox. They literally made all of their money back on the exact same game 5 years later, just giving it to PlayStation. Microsoft sees dollar signs. They're not going to give that up. Give it up. I don't trust anybody behind me going into any level of chicane on Monza. Not in these lobbies. This guy might have been a decent driver or just got caught up in some bullshit, but either way, I don't want to take that gamble. I'd rather give it up. Because I can almost guarantee somebody in the top 10 right now is going to rage quit or crash or do something. I have to wonder what ChatGPT is like for getting like factual. I'm sure it helps for sure, but I have to wonder how much information ChatGPT fuck it, words are hard. ChatGPT gives out that are real, honest answers and are enough random bullshit that's been regurgitated enough coming off as fact. I'm very curious about that. Because I'm like, with me and computers right now, when I do run into an issue that I can't solve and I go on the internet, 99.99% of the information I find, I ignore because it's bullshit. It's really hard to find real answers on the internet. Because all the AIs are doing is gathering the most common answers. But yeah, no, it's going to be a learning curve for sure, Art. There's no way around it. I've been building computers since the 90s, so for me, you know, they were so much harder to build 20 plus years ago. So much harder. They're effortless to build right now. Like the whole pre-built gaming PC thing, that's like a newer thing. That's a lot like the sim rigs, where you can buy all sorts of different aluminum extrusion kits that are pre-made. That's that. Back in the day, you could only buy like a Hewlett-Packard or a brand like that. A gaming computer with your choice of parts, 100% had to be custom built. Because you're either buying a Hewlett-Packard, a Dell, a Toshiba, something like that, or you were building your own computer. Gaming computer companies, that did not exist. Go. That was me looking at my rear view more than at the road, worrying where this guy's going. Also, a lot of the, when you see me on gas and brake at the same time, a lot of that comes from like rear engine cars like Porsches. Porsches don't like to be unloaded. So even when you're on the brakes, you want to keep the driveline loaded up.
That time was a
Because that's why Porsches in real life are so oversteer kill happy. Is because they go too hard into a turn and then they come off the gas and they completely unload the rear end and spin out. They are like notorious. That's literally what killed Paul Walker. It doesn't matter what model of car of Porsche it is. They all have the problem. Ooh, PC issues. I will be all about this conversation once I'm done with this race. Like there was just a guy who posted in the PMR Discord. He had the Christmas strobe lights effect, where he's like he was gonna slightly going at PMR, like what is this, you know? But it wasn't a PMR issue. It was the most recent NVIDIA drivers. I had the exact same problem happen. I knew what it was immediately. I knew what it was immediately when it happened to me. So basically, I can't remember what stream it was this week. I had updated to 595.71 drivers in NVIDIA, and every race, strobe lights, red, green, didn't matter. Everything was going nuts, and I knew exactly what it was. I updated the driver and did not test it first before going live. So unfortunately, the stream went down when I had to backdate the drivers. As soon as I backdated, well, issues are gone. Oh, hello, sir. Looks like you pushed too hard again, and you rage quit. Have a nice day.
lap 156.58.
No, I know Paul wasn't driving. I'm just saying that's what killed him. Yeah, they're notorious for it. And I learned that lesson a long time ago because my buddy was a big Porsche fan. And we went for a ride in like a basic-ass Carrera. And he showed me the difference of unloading the rear end versus keeping the rear end loaded up even under braking. It's actually wild. Wild how light switch it is with the rear end of the car. You keep the rear end under load, it's on rails. It's glued to the ground, even on shitty tires. The second you come off that throttle completely and unload the driveline, that whole entire rear end of the car lifts up and swings out. Gotta hold this guy off behind us if we want our first top 10. I don't think it's gonna happen though.
56.47.
Let's brake a little deeper here. This might be a regret, but... Yep, that was a regret. Alright, go around me. I knew I shouldn't have tried it. Tried braking a little deeper. Didn't work out. I have to wonder how far back the Porsche issues go. Year-wise, I mean. I imagine it goes all the way back. They're just designed like that from the ground up. That's the Porsche. I'm gonna read some of those computer comments once this race is over. I saw AM4 versus AM5. And my balls got a little tickle in them. I love computers, man. I'm such a loser. I don't even care though. Like, I like computer hardware way more than I like sim racing hardware.
5, 6.
Oh, we got a yellow flag. I have to wonder if it's a telemetry bug or not, because, oh god, that's terrible. So much understeer. My wheel flashes that there's a yellow flag, but I didn't see it on the screen. I guess for the last race, we'll pull some fuel out of it, see if we can do any better. I'd like to get a top 10, but I don't think I'm good enough. Well, that didn't cost me a position, so he must be down a lap. Yeah, he's 15th, I think.
56.47.
Yeah, soul food. I don't disagree with you. I'm not. Did I at some point say the throttle was on off? If I did, that isn't what I meant. Yeah, P11. We almost had our P10 here, but regarding the distance of the car behind. Let's see. Have I got an AMD builder? I have an AMD. I have a 9800X3D in this. Producing and reading an error message and giving you some likely troubleshoots, but it's nowhere close to perfect. Got it. There we go. That's what I want to see right there. Good driver badge applied. Right there, boys. Right there. I feel great. Oh, let's see. ChatGPT is a bit like SatNav. If you know nothing, then you follow blindly. But if you know a little, you're like, really? You want me to go that way? Yeah. I'm sitting with an issue with my PC at the moment with iRacing. I can't figure it out. I'm leaning towards a CPU, and if that's the case, I might as well move from AM4 to AM5. What do you have for a CPU? To say 9/11, you say he's got a month. Nice. James Dean died in a Porsche back in the 50s. Yep. I have to wonder if all these companies keep tabs of how many times their car has been involved in a fatal death. Or obviously a fatal death. It's the only kind. Have a good one, James. Thanks for being here. All you have to do now is keep it. Good luck. Yeah. The problem is that I never lost it in the first place on my own. I was kept getting hit by other people. So it's like, kind of sucks, but I was looking forward to me getting banned. I know there was part of me that was looking, because man, the shit that I was going to bring to the internet. Why does it keep telling me this? All right. So I got one more race left in me for this stream, and we're going to do Monza again. I want to see if I can get top 10. I feel like I have a better chance. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like I have a better chance of getting top 10 with safe drivers because maybe they'll drive more cautiously and slower. Because don't get me wrong, a broken clock is right twice a day. You might be a reckless guy, but you might win a race or two that way. Ryzen 5 3600. I'm going to go ahead and say that's probably... What do you have for a GPU? Because a Ryzen 5 3600 is... by today's standards, is pretty low on the list in terms of... Because you can get much better even for AM4. You can get into a 5000 series, at least an 8-core, or a 5800 X3D would be a massive upgrade for you. And probably wouldn't... Actually, let me see what... I'm curious what they are right now. Well, that ain't right. $600. That ain't right at all. Yeah, they probably don't exist anymore at retail. So now they're all back on the old... Yeah, you're better off going AM5 then. Because I would say if you can get your hands on a relatively cheap 5800 X3D, that would be a massive bump in performance on the CPU side of things for you. You're gaining 2 cores, you're gaining Vcache, you're gaining overall better performing processor when it comes to both clock speed and IPC. So it's overall going to be a better CPU. Everything is going to be better. But at $600, fuck that. You like Racing Private Ryan? Earn this? Right. Good movie. Good reference. One of my favorite movies, actually. I know Art knows, but what scene is that from? Let's test everybody else. I feel good. I got the blue thumbs up. Oh yeah, no, that's 600. That's heavily marked up scalping prices because they don't make them anymore. I'll admit today's been fun. It's fun because it's fresh. If I was doing this every day, I'd probably get fucking quickly fatigued. But today's been solid. A grind for a goal. See, this is what PMR is missing right now. A goal with the ranked. Like, I was sick of seeing this stupid yellow X, then I got the red exclamation point, now I got the blue thumb. Guess what? I can retire now. I can never do this again. But no, like a goal. We just did the same race. How many times? 6 times? Got a little better at it probably every time when it came to positioning, but very repetitive. But we had a goal, and we didn't mind because we were chasing that goal. Yeah, because isn't it averages? So it's based off of the last, what, 10 races or something like that is how it determines it? But yeah, I would get yourself into hey, it's the song. I love this jam. This is the jam that I put into my ultra reveal video right here. Hold on, let's blast it. Right here. I don't care what I look like right now. Not even a little bit. That's a good tune. AI made, baby. Fucking AI. Everywhere you look, AI. Yep. You know what made that music? That little beat right there? Words on a spreadsheet. Just words. AI did the rest. PMR is so few players that every rank is the same race. Yeah. Everyone's copying me. Who's copying me? Copying what? Also, I guess I'll end this poll since the results are in. 31% of you were wrong. Gotcha, yeah. I'm gonna listen to it again. Not at that volume, but I'm gonna listen to it again. It's just a good little riff right there. I don't know if you can call it a riff, but call it a riff. Glad you were part of the smart crowd, KH. Alright, what can we do to kill 13 minutes? Oh, I know what I can show you. Yeah, it is weird, ETR, to see like an experience meter in a racing game. That's not like a cartoony type video game. Still want to buy a track car and do some IRL racing? I absolutely recommend it. Absolutely recommend it. Even if you don't take it seriously and just do some like autocross events or something like that. Autocross is a blast. And you don't need to spend a lot of money to do autocross. I do want to get on... I mean, like I said, I want to go to Nord's really bad. That's another life goal. But I have no way of getting a vehicle there. So I'd have to rent something. But I don't care. I'd take a scooter around Nord's and love every second of it. I'd sightsee. Look at that tree. I recognize that tree. I don't know how well you're going to be able to see this, but... So, pay attention to the bike on the left. I was part of the smart crowd that voted against this terrible music on your streams. What good did it do? Aw, you don't like the music? You're the first one actually to say that. Anyway, pay attention to the bike on the left here. Try that again. So let's look at it from this angle. I'm the one that didn't catch on fire. Gotta be careful out there. Same day. Oh, that was in my videos. That was the music vote wasn't for my streams, it was for my videos. But I haven't made a video since. There's some old races. I want to find some old stuff. No, I know. I don't disagree with it. It's just different. ETR. It's just different. Nice. Old car videos. Here we go. 8 minutes left. Problem with all my old videos is, well, they're all taken with old cameras, so it all looks terrible. Oh, this is what I wanted to show you. This is what I wanted to show you. This is relevant. All right, so pay attention to the Porsche. Pay attention to the Porsche. Get my face off here so you can still see my face. So, this is in one of my lobbies. And he's not a bad driver either. This is the funny part about it. I don't know what happened here. Why are guys... What the hell's going on here?
Someone literally hit me from
It's
behind.
literally the straightaway.
Look at me, dude.
I'm just waiting.
That was me.
Just go. Just go, everybody.
That was me.
Just go. Holy shit, man.
Someone hit me from behind. I was like,
Watch that again. Why are guys... What the hell's going on here?
someone literally hit me from
It's
behind.
literally the straightaway.
Look at me, dude.
I'm just waiting.
That was me.
Just go. Just go, everybody.
That was me.
Just go. Yeah. That was one of my lobbies the other day where it's like, I don't even know. I don't know how everybody screwed that up so hard, but yeah. None of that was intentional. That's the crazy part about it. None of that was meant to be an accident. It just happened. Everybody hit everybody. Basically, Art, I'm awesome. Basically, I'm awesome. That's really the only conclusion I can come to. Well, I guess I'll use the little boy's room. Got 5 more minutes to kill. Oh my god. I don't know how you guys do this rank shit. Well, I would, KH, I mean, if anything, if you want my honest opinion, I would wait till 2.0 just to see what 2.0 is like. Because I think right now the worst part, the absolute worst part about PMR right now is the player base and the lack thereof players. I have tons of fun with the game. It's one of my favorite games to play. I enjoy it a lot more than I enjoy LMU, and I know that's probably an unpopular opinion, especially to the LMU fans, but that's the reality of the situation. But it doesn't have the player base right now. Rocky start, you know. So let me see right now. I mean, this is only Steam, and Steam doesn't really matter for PMR, but still. Yeah, there's only 77 people online right now on Steam with PMR. And LMU... 5,767. It has almost 5,700 more people on Steam right now playing it. And don't get me wrong, I'll add you. There is obviously a console base playing the game that is not playing LMU. But I guarantee you, it's not more than 5,700. I guarantee you, even across all the platforms, there's still less people playing PMR. And not to mention, PMR has a single-player mode that LMU does not. You're officially in the Discord, sir. But PMR has a single-player reason to play it. This does not. So that's 5,700 people who will most likely play against other people. So there's opportunity. In PMR, even if the total amount of people is 1,000 across all platforms right now, you now have even less than that are online because people are playing single player. But I don't even think it's 1,000 if I had to guess. Concurrent, anyway. It is cheap on PC if you get it through third-party type keys and stuff like that. Here's the thing, though. This is my honest take on things. Yes, you're helping yourself out by spending a little less money on getting it through a third-party vendor, but you're also giving the studio $0 for that key. So let's just hypothetically say the game costs $90 for everything. That's $90 that the studio would get to put back into the game. Or at least by say put back into the game, I mean pay employees, keep the company going, keep the game going. Whereas when you buy a key like that for a fraction of the cost and you have access now to the game, 100% of the money you just spent goes to the person who provided the key. It's not, I forgot the proper term, not registered or whatever they're called. So none of that money makes its way to the developers to continue to support the game. So do what you think is best. There's no judgment either way. But at the end of the day, if you support the game, if you want the game to do well, you should help support the game by paying the price, the actual price of the game, you know, and not giving it to some random person who has a hustle to, you know, that's essentially what it is. Obviously, there's like, I think, GOG, and there's actual vendors that they're official, but not all like that. I want to see the game do. I really enjoy playing the game. I enjoy the conversations I have with the developers to the point where I like them as people. I want to see the game succeed. So for me, I can justify spending the money. And I can justify spending the money because of how many hours I put into it. But I get it. You obviously want to save as much money as possible. I get it. No judgment there. Got it, Cage. All good. By the way, Art, how is the PC life treating you besides, you know, obviously most likely the problems you've also had with it as well? In general, how's the experience been? I agree, Art, that they should do something for sure to show the as like an apology price or something like that. Maybe like a temporary discount and like a free weekend or something like that. I do think that they should do something like that. I agree there. But here's the problem. This is the honest problem with that. Straightforward doesn't make that decision. The people who make the game do not make the decisions financially. That is the publisher. So, as much as people want to yell at the developers, point the fingers at Giants. They're the publisher. They're the ones. That's video games in general. That's not me shading Giants. That is just the facts of the matter. Giants is the one that control the price. So telling the developers to lower the price will never lower the price because they don't make the call. Period. They don't pick the price to start. They don't pick discounts. They don't do any of that stuff. That is entirely the publisher's decision. That's like, if Treyarch makes Black Ops Call of Duty, they don't control the price. That's all Activision. Activision's the one that controls the price. They're the publisher. And I think part of the problem, too, is that Giants doesn't have the experience as a publisher to run a game in a competitive market, that is. Because Giants does Farm Sim. Farm Sim is a monopoly in their little niche. There's no competition. So any mistakes they make just doesn't really matter because there's no competition. Whereas in the sim racing space, there's tons of competition. So making mistakes could ruin a game. Where are you from, KH? Curious because I'm in the States, but it's been the same price for me since launch. It's still the same price. The pre-order price is the current price. It's all been the same. I'm curious where you're from. You probably already said, but I forgot. That's good. Yeah, the more time you spend with PC and the more you learn about just working with PCs, you'll start to see that the bugs or problems that would come with running a PC are you can brush it off and just fix it immediately. It really becomes first nature as just part of the process, and it really is not a big deal. It just becomes part of the way you got to maintain a car. The first time you ever built a race car, it's going to be problematic and you're going to get exhausted, but the longer you do it, the more it just becomes, this is the game I play. This is part of it, And it gets easier and quicker and easier to diagnose. South Africa, gotcha. This might be a random question, KH, but how was COVID for you guys? I only ask that because I don't know if you ever heard of Blackstone Tech. They're a South African-based company. They make carbon fiber wheels. And they, as a company, got destroyed by COVID. Way behind everything. So I'm just curious if that was just them making bad decisions, or it was basically everything in South Africa was crippled by it. Like the manufacturing side of things. Oof.
That time was a 156.
Yeah, that's no good.
0.
Jeez. Yeah, there's no doubt the world economy is kind of dog shit right now. And let's face it, United Nations level politics doesn't feel very united. It's like a giant game of adult chicken, but with everybody else in the world's money. That's all tariffs are, is just a game of chicken. It's bullshit, it needs to stop, but I don't think it's ever gonna stop. We all hope it does, though, because consumers are getting their ass kicked. Yeah, it's not good. Not good. Dubai is thriving, though, I'll say that. They're crushing it over there. Wow.
That time was a 155.90.
How is the, I mean, obviously it's completely random and totally up to, like, your own personal hustle, but what's the opportunity for, like, potential self-employment out in South Africa and not having to rely on, you know, manufacturer-type jobs? Because that's kind of like what I did. So I was in, I worked for General Dynamics a long time ago, and we're employed by the Navy. I say we like I still work there. I don't work there anymore. But when I was there, we are employed by the Navy to build submarines. So it was a huge manufacturing job. Like, they're still probably expanding because it's military. Military is just growing and will never stop growing until the world blows itself up. But, the job itself was kicking my ass as a grunt worker. And, I had to find my way out. And my way out was through motorsports. Because I've always done motorsports as a hobby. And I decided, well, let's try this as a business. And it worked out. Yeah, that's honestly how you should always do it. Start a side hustle, and then when you find that the main hustle, your job, starts to get in the way of your side hustle, and your side hustle would lead to more money, that's when you take a temporary loss and you get rid of the main hustle to take the leap into the side hustle. It's a very, very, very scary point. But if you have the motivation, it does work out in the end. Because not to mention, too, one thing that no one talks about with self-employment is the time you gain. Like, for example, my shop rate is much higher than what my hourly rate was when I worked for General Dynamics, like much higher. So instead of working the same amount of hours,
Go to the grid for a race
I just
start.
work less at a higher price. And that's like been the biggest like life-changing thing for me, was the whole time you gain from self-employment. Now, you can obviously work and do the same kind of hustle and sell your soul to, not sell your soul, but sell your entire life away to working and make an insane amount of money. But again, when you don't have time, what's the point of the money? I will always want time over money. I got a lot of friends who chase the dollars and they give all their time to do it. And it's like, great. You have all this money and all you can do is wipe your ass with it when you take a shit because you can't do anything else with it because there's no time. That's why I did the whole analytic before about how much time I've gotten out of PMR and how it's well worth the money I've spent on it.
Formation lab has started.
E-commerce is good right now. E-commerce is good right now. Just be careful, though, because it is hard to compete with China. Yep, one thing you never get back is time. It's very much true. You can always make more money. There's always another way to make money. Not for nothing, but, like, look at the guys who live on the street. I don't want to call them bums, but, well, you know. They're working. They go around, they collect cans. They sell those cans. That's how they live. You know, things like that. But the point is that living on the street like that is very much a hustle. There's always another way to make money. But there's never another way to make more time. You get what you get.
Green flag, green flag.
But that's literally how I have time to stream. It's because I don't work non-stop. I do my main job. I usually... Oh boy, it's getting risky. Oh! Already getting bumped. No reason to keep bumping me, bro. Just go in front of me. Lobbies haven't changed a whole lot, I'll say that. But that's how I can swing the time to do the actual live streaming. I do my main job on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. And then I save the streaming stuff for Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And would I like this eventually to be a side hustle that maybe one day is a main hustle? Sure. But if it doesn't, so be it. I'm at least having fun doing it, you know? But there's always another way, no matter how bad it seems. Always another way to make some money. Yeah, exactly, KH. You just gotta, I mean, I can't determine that for you, obviously. You obviously would know when that's gonna be and what that would require. But at some point, though, no matter when you go to do that, it's going to be scary as shit to take that plunge. Why? Why hit me? Why fucking hit me? People are worse in this than PMR. I'm not even kidding. Just go. Just go. Just take it. I don't care. I want to get away from sloppy drivers. I know bronze is obviously the rating, but like... Fuck. I don't know how to push and race and try and win without people killing me. I want to be competitive, but there's just no etiquette. And as much as the custom lobbies can get bad in PMR, on average, I've had more clean races than so far today in LMU. There hasn't been a single race in LMU today where I went, wow, what a professional race. I felt like that was really realistic. It's all about goals and living inside your means, Mags. Outside of our mortgage, I don't have any debt. My girl doesn't have any debt. Or my future wife, I should say. She's a working woman. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. But living inside your means is something that people, it's harder for people to do than it is to make money. Buddy of mine, good friend of mine, makes a lot more money than me because he works a lot. He spends it. He is in a tighter situation than me because he is reliant on making the money that he's gotten used to making because of debt. Also, speaking of which, I do want to talk to Simagic and run it by them if they want to do, because obviously I've bought stuff and they've sent me stuff. So if they're interested in like giveaways type stuff and, you know, however that would work. For example, hypothetically, let's just say this Ultimate, or what is it? No, Ultra, sorry, I don't even know what it's called, is now mine. Then I would be absolutely down for doing like a, I just got to figure out how to do the giveaways, you know. Because the giveaway is usually like for example, we were doing motorcycle, common to just do like a raffle. $10 buy-in, blah, 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 X amount of people, whatever it costs, winner gets it, you know. So it's technically gambling, but that was very common in the bike scene. So I have to see what like the official way of doing it is for like, you know, kit and stuff like that. Because, I mean, when it comes to my particular stuff that I bought, well, I can do whatever the hell I want to do with mine. Yeah, one income is definitely tough. That is something that I have been fortunate enough to not have to work with. When I was single, obviously I was a single income, but my future wife to be here has been a working woman since I've met her. But yeah, living within your means. It's always easy to you know, get bit by the bug of wanting to spend more money and buy the next latest and greatest thing, like cell phones. Like I will never understand the people who don't have like struggle income wise that have to have every year new phone. They have to have the new model every year. Like, what is wrong with you? And yes, sir, we got to a good driver rating. We did do that last race. But this race has been just as much of a disaster, if not worse. Nobody in this lobby is any better at the game. Like, I'm just gonna let this guy go, because he's gonna, like, he needed to have the inside right there. So take it, get the hell out of here. It's a shame, I want to do some racing, but all this game has done is make me trust nobody in this game. It's a good thing the cars drive decent, and the overall driving is pretty good. Because racing has been awful in my experience with LMU so far. And I know I'm at the bottom of the barrel, so I get it. But still, it's ridiculous. Art, I assume you're being serious, but if so, I like it. Never work. That's something that I personally can attest to when it comes to not understanding the mentality of the whole, you gotta work hard for, like if you're not working hard, you're cheating. Like, first of all, listen, that's like a young man brain that never grew up. First of all, who wants to work hard? The goal should be to always find a way to make more money easier, not harder. The guys that work 100 hours a week for the same pay they've always made, that's ridiculous. Your goal should be to work 15 to 20 hours a week for making 10 times as much money an hour, so you just work less. I don't know, I've never understood the whole work harder mentality. Work hard at some point to maybe get something, but why is your goal to work harder? That's a weird one. Used to have you change your cars every 3 years. Yep, exactly my point. I've had the same car for 11 years now. I've kept it in I bought it brand new. It wasn't very expensive. $25,000 car. Focus ST, baby. As my daily driver. Thing's been a trooper. Absolute fucking trooper. 140,000 miles on it right now. Owned it for 11 years as a new owner. Took care of it. She is going strong. No intention of there's not a single car on my radar to buy. She drives a Mini Cooper, 2017 Mini Cooper, and we recently just bought her father's Silverado as our work truck. The 2014 Silverado, we bought it for $11,000. Thing's mint. I think grand total, we have $50,000 in cars that we've spent. That we have. What does $50,000 get you in the modern day market in cars? One base model vehicle. I'm good. If I never have to buy another car in my life ever again, outside of maybe a project car to do something cool with, we're good. I gotcha. Well, that makes sense. You do need a reliable vehicle. In case y'all don't know, I just let these guys pass when they get too aggressive. I don't care. As I drive off the track and crash.
155.48.
There you go, exactly. Raffles. I'll upgrade when Apple stops supporting your phone. That's the way to do it. It's just a cell phone. $2,500 HD, nice, nice. Also, too, something that people don't or they sleep on is taking care of their shit. Not necessarily for getting a long time out of it too, but also resale. So for example, I have the sim stuff, my computer build, all of this stuff is expensive. And it's not like I bought it all at once and just spent the money. I have over time bought myself into the ecosystem where I now have something very, very valuable that I can sell to also upgrade. So like my GPU, right, and my computer, I have a 5090. I got it for retail, which was still not cheap, but that's a $3,000 GPU. Ridiculous. Would never recommend anybody buy that. However, I had a 4090. I sold my 4090 for $2,000. So I bought my 5090 essentially for $1,000 rather than buy it for $3,000 because I had something of equity to sell.
That time was a 150.
So a lot of the times when I buy myself into something, I'm not just buying that thing. I'm also selling something that it's replacing because I take care of my shit. Taking care of your shit goes a long way, especially, like, for example, I have developed a reputation with my friends and the bike community. If I'm selling something used, it gets snatched up right away because there's a good chance it's taken care of like brand new. Bike parts, you name it. Whereas a lot of people in the bike scene, they destroy their shit. Destroy it. But that's taken, 15 years to build myself into that ecosystem. One expensive component at a time, not stacked on top of itself, and then it's like buying a house, essentially. Imagine you buy a house and then spend 20 to 30 years paying it off. And it accrues value, and now it's money in the back pocket for when you sell it. And now you want to buy a new house. Man, that house is really expensive. Well, I have this house here to sell. That's going to pay for 75, 80% of the new house. So it's not nearly as much of a burden. However, buying things too frequently sort of voids that. Like phones. Phones don't have the equity. Like right now, for example, I wouldn't do it because for one thing, I don't believe in scalping. But two, I need it. My 5090, I bought it for $3,000. Right now, I could put it on the used market for probably $4,500 to $5,000 and I would get it. So I bought it a year ago, used it for a year, sold it and made $2,000. Problem is I need a video card. But the point is that that's the market. You save a lot of money in the car world by knowing how to work on them, too. Even just basic maintenance. Just knowing how to change your own oil and shit like that is very, very routine, but it saves you a boatload of money. Oh yeah, that was a long financial tangent, KH. But yeah, just think of like I said, work towards that side hustle. I think everybody should work towards a side hustle. Everybody in the world. Do not get stuck in the 9 to 5 working for the man mentality. It'll slowly break you down and make you miserable over time. Now that I've experienced, at least I want to say I've been self-employed for about 9 years now. And I wish I did it sooner, for one thing, and I could never go back. I could never go back to working for the man now that I've experienced this kind of sort of like independence of self-employment.
That time was a 155.64.
And as strange as it sounds, or I shouldn't say strange, but as obvious as it might seem, change your fucking oil. The amount of extra years and miles you add to an engine by just changing the oil more frequently than you think you should, man, it's actually kind of insane. I'm also convinced that the recommended oil change interval from the manufacturers is designed so that you need a new engine when the warranty's done. You should see how I am with my motorcycles. It's actually, mind you, they're being raced and abused. They're a different animal. But my oil, if my oil doesn't look like new oil, when I drain it, I waited too long. I don't count my oil in my bikes in mileage. I go by how many passes did I make with it. Like the 4K is not bad. 4K is not bad. 10K is awful. 10K is ridiculous. The cars that recommend a 10K interval, fuck no. At one point, I was changing my focus every 2,500. Before I was like, all right, I'm being a little... I'm treating it sort of like a car that gets abused a lot more than it actually got abused. It's just a regular car I drive around. But... if you ever have a race application of any kind, stop, don't pay any attention to miles anymore. Miles are irrelevant. If you think 2,500 is crazy, you should see my my motorcycles. My Busa, I might get 6 miles out of an oil change. Because all 6 of those miles is wide open throttle. Whoa, where'd my brakes go right there? That was weird. And when the motor cost me $20,000 to build, yeah, I'll spend a little extra money in oil. $15,000 kilometers, yeah, it's way too much. Wait, I mean, it depends what your goals are. Just go, man. These guys who want to dive bomb on the inside, I don't like. Because realistically, unless that guy was actively paying attention to where I was, if I had turned in on my line, he would have hit me. And I don't trust him enough to actively be ready to hit the brakes when I turn in. So just go. That guy just smoked. See that guy? That guy just smoked the wall right there. Trips, that's a good idea. Too bad. That's a good idea. Mileage becomes very... Mileage is like this very generic way of helping the consumer measure their time before an oil change. But it's not really a good metric. Because what kind of driving did you do in that time? If you're going wide open throttle and beating the shit out of your engine, that 5,000 miles is a very different 5,000 miles than if you got up on the highway for 5,000 miles and drove back and forth across the country at part throttle cruising speeds. Those are very different abuse cycles for that 5,000 miles. So, yeah, mileage is a very, very, very generic way of measuring. What's a good F1 game? Well, in all honesty, a good F1 game is probably not an F1 game. It's probably a game that has F1 cars in it. But for just F1, F1 25 has been solid. I got no complaints about F1 25. Driving is good enough. Low, mid, high, high. Okay, so that still put us in a positive. Still bronze 3. What is how's the ranking work? Does it go down or up? I imagine it goes up. So is there a B4 or does it go silver 1? I would recommend, I mean, AC is good if you like mods. What was I going to say? AMS2 is good. I actually like AC Evo's F2004, but just that car. What else? Let me look at the actual... Let me get out of this because I am done. That was fun. I had a good time. I think I had a good time through the comedy. Oh, what? We got another Wreckfest update. Let's get to it. What do we get? What do we get? See what the patch notes are. Because the Contate Update 6 just came out yesterday, so this tells me this is a hotfix. But I do agree, AMS2 is the Formula King. Race Room's pretty solid. Race Room's got some really good F1 stuff. All right, let's see. Patch 1. Fix the common GPU crash that would occur after changing track. Chat input no longer passes keystrokes to the game. Server no longer attempts to fetch data it can't. Fixing get profile status error spam. Off track. Slow down surfaces feel less like glue now. A false wrong way indicator is no longer displayed when the car gets reset from outside the road. Car should no longer end up on top of the bridge after resetting under it. No, that's interesting. Improved collision geometry of Dalsbanen curbs. Butchered that. Make them less prone to catch the tire. Optimize collision geometry for number of objects. Improve school bus AI paint designs. Improve school bus LOD1, LOD2. They added the school bus in, but I'm telling you guys, buy this game. If you guys want a fun game on PC, it's not complete, it's early access. This game's going to be a banger when it's at full release. This game is fun. Fixed missing NAMI engine LOD, fixed NAMI engine throttle response, fixed hurricane, hood scoop UVs, added upgrade descriptions. Gotcha. Waypoint game mode's pretty cool. It's like, well, Waypoint racing. But reckless. Anyway, let's kill the music for now. I'm basically done. So okay, this is good formula stuff, but again, you gotta be modded up. No AC, no, what do you call it? The F2004 is a lot of fun, but AC Evo is problematic right now, and I haven't played it since some of these hot fixes. So I played the 0.05 or 0.5. I mean. I haven't tried AC Rally at all since the new updates. I've been waiting. I just keep watching Gamer Muscle. My tire brain, what I think about tires pretty much aligns with Gamer Muscle. So if he hates the tires, I usually pass. Although I think there's some fun to be had in Rally. AMS2 is incredible. The tires, I mean, the driving physics are weird. They're a little slidey, but the game itself is so feature rich and so content rich that, man, how do you knock it? And it runs so well. F125 is a good F1 game. The F1 is fun. And what I do like that the game does is when you get into the garbage ranks, where like everybody sucks, you automatically ghost because you're unreliable. So, for example, my buddy, he's really bad at this game, and he's fallen to, I think it's Division D or something like that, whatever the worst one is. He's automatically ghosted because he's a risk. I like that. I know it's not realistic, but I'm whatever the highest tier is in F125, because it's relatively easy to do, by the way. So I'm the highest tier in F1, and he's the lowest tier. And I know that whenever I see him on track, I can drive right through him, and he can drive right through me because he's a flight risk, essentially. He will destroy me if he's not... I want to say in one lap of Monza when he was C, when he was not ghosted, he accrued 25 seconds of points and then got disqualified, all without finishing a single lap. 25 seconds of penalties, sorry. LMU we just played. PMR, I love PMR. I really wish someone mods in some F1 into PMR. But Race Room, some of their F1s are actually... The 90s F1 car might be one of my favorite F1s in all of sim racing in this game. Really well executed. But I would say I haven't experienced AC1 F1, so I can't touch on it. But my personal two favorite games for F1 experiences are Race Room and AMS2. And it's simply because the older F1 cars are phenomenal. Yeah, F1 is pretty good. F1's pretty good. Let me look see. F1 25 concurrent players. And again, this is Steam. And it is cross-platform. I got to put a space there. Yeah. There's even more people playing this game right now on Steam than LMU. 7,064 people playing this game currently on Steam. On Steam. There's multiple ways to play this game on PC, and obviously, it's playable on console. Is my friend's name Stevie Wonder? He might as well be. No, the problem with him is he doesn't know that the brake is to the left of the throttle. So when he has to brake, he just like steps on the gas with his second foot and uses the geo around him to stop. But yeah. All right, so we're done. We went way later than I thought I was going to do, but that's fine. I had a goal and I got my goal. So the plan is I am going to see what I might jump on for the Jester race. So no breaks exactly. He's going to be hosting a 1 hour endurance race on Sebring in PMR. Might as well go to PMR since I'm talking about it. With LMDH and GT3. I might take part in that. I do need to get some food in me and I need to take a break. But what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm either going to go live again for that, but I also at the same time want to be slightly courteous. It is his thing, so I'm kind of thinking maybe I should not go live during his event and then go live once that event's over, because I'm going live tonight regardless for PMR doing some lobbies. But my plan is, regardless of when I go live, the plan is to compete in his event if it works out time-wise, which I think I'm going to tonight because I have an opportunity to. And then once that's done, then I'll start open up my own lobbies, and we'll do some. I really want to focus on the newest 4 cars, and by the newest I mean the newest updated. So the Falcon, LMDH, GT3, and GT4. Go live during his event. Why not? Well, it's just, because the problem with PMR right now is there's not enough people with it. So, it's the same group of people juggling around watching different people play it. So, and he's hosting in the event. So at the same time, it feels sort of like disingenuous to, potentially take some of his viewership, When will you be live again? So if it's a 1 hour event that I believe starts, so his event starts, I think if I read it right, is in 2 hours and 15 minutes. And then, so 3 hours and 15 minutes is when I would go live. So 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let me just double check. Let me see here. I'm lost in Discord right now. All right, let's see. 1 hour multi-class. Same race settings as last weekend, which I don't remember what they were. 1 hour at Sebring with LMDH and GT3. First slot will be tomorrow at 11 a.m. AEDT, which is 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 12 a.m. GMT. Second slot will be on Sunday morning with the same time slots. So I won't be able to do that one for sure. So I'll probably just jump in on this one. I just got to get with him to register. But yeah, 2 hours and 15 minutes is when that one would start. Let me double check and make sure he did say PM and not AM. Yes, PM. Okay. Yeah, so I'm probably going to do that, and then after that, I'll boot up my lobbies. That'll be my plan for the night. And then at that point, once I'm in the once I go live, I will be in my Discord, and we will be doing the typical chatty Cathy stuff in the Discord while racing and doing lobbies. Anyway, folks, I need to eat some damn food. I'm starving, but this has been fun. I had a good time. Surprisingly, I was expecting to. I will say, I think it's how bad the drivers were that actually entertained me more than the driving itself. Because the driving's good, but Monza and GT3 can be very repetitive very quickly, and that went by relatively quick. I think it was just playing dodgeball with the other people driving. So, no problem, KH. Thanks for being here. Mags, you're the man on PMR. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Renovadio, cheers. Fue, I better see you tonight. Folks, take care. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in a couple hours. Interesting art. Well, show them the way. All right, boys, I'm out.